And Will Heflin's in the studio with me. My Garza Law extra innings compadre. How you doing, compadre?
Man, it is really... Is this thing on?
Yeah.
It is really good to be in this
Isn't it nice to be
studio
back
with you,
among
brother.
family, brah?
And it's warm in here.
Nice and warm.
Baseball season.
Yeah, babe.
You got to get the fan going, but right now it's perfect.
Yeah, we toasty in here. Will, do you agree with them laying down here and attempting what is, in effect, an extra point? I'd be trying to score if I'm them because the Vols are going to get the ball back anyway. Let's see, that's third down, so they're going to run one more play. The Vols will get it back with what? About 25 seconds, 20 seconds. To me, I try to score. It's still college football, and you're relying on them to execute.
Yeah, or at least ran two sneaks.
Yeah, I
wouldn't have gone backwards.
No. I would not have gone backwards.
Their kicker's good. It's just the whole operation, like you said.
Now, if you had our kicker, you got to try to score, right?
Yeah, that's a different conversation entirely.
I mean, if you have our kicker, you know.
Don't have a kicker.
Yeah, so they're going to run this thing and actually they're going to be able to run it all the way down.
Oh, yeah, that was third.
That's right.
Excuse us.
I thought it was fourth and goal.
I thought it was too.
Yeah, so this will be your last play of the game. Stop that thing with about 4 seconds left and let it roll. How about if they kick it off again and we take it back? That was the worst thing that could have happened for us is that kickoff return for a touchdown.
There won't be a kickoff. It'll be at zeros after this play.
Yep.
Win, lose, or draw. Or win, lose. No draw possible.
Hey, Matt Dixon. Huh? Yeah, I will. Hey Matt Diskin, if you're them, Matt, would you have run this thing all the way down or would you have tried to score? How would you have played it, Matt, in college football? We're like on here live, a little preamble. What would you have done,
run it
Matt?
all the way down. You don't give Tennessee a chance.
Yeah. So you would have done what they've done?
Yes.
You're either making it or not.
It's an extra point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an extra point.
We might be a little paranoid. Tony.
It's college football, man.
I think we've watched our group too much.
Well, that's a good point. All right, here we are.
I've seen short or missed. Yeah, extra point. That's why they pay you the big bucks, Matt Dixon.
Yep. All right, here we go. Here comes the intro. And here we go.
Big Orange fans, you played every snap. You showed your orange. But you're just getting started because it's time for the best post-game fan show in college football. It's time for the Garza Law Firm 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. The place where the Big Orange universe from all around the world gathers to talk about today's game.
Oh, man.
Unfiltered, uncensored, and unapologetic. And did we mention commercial free? A show of
Something
you,
like
by
that.
you,
I
and
like
yep,
it's commercial
for you.
free, but commercial break free.
The most unique fan experience in sports.
Commercial free, but I'll be over on PBS or something. Not even there, commercial free.
And it happens right now.
And we welcome you to It's Garza Law, Tennessee 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. We're going to react. The Vols lose spirited football game, 30-28 final. Both teams, in my humble opinion, respected that game. Tennessee played hard. They gave it their best shot. They had the game sort of, when it becomes a 6-point game, they had it right where they wanted it with 5.5 to play. The kickoff return for a touchdown is, it's our connexial drive of the game. and it's our T3 Vodka, T3 drive of the game all rolled into one, because it's the play that really flips the script on the Vols, because there's no way in hell this Tennessee defense is stopping anybody. They ain't stopping Farragut High School. They ain't stopping CAK. They ain't stopping Christian Brothers. They ain't stopping any. I think they practiced over MBA earlier in the week. They could have gotten run by those guys. They ain't stopping nobody. So the worst thing that could have happened for them, was put the ball back in the hands of Illinois, because they ain't stopping anybody. They weren't stopping anybody. They never even made it look like TGMD, Brian Hartman are in the house along with Cinco. Hey, Matt, when we returned that kick for a touchdown, that was kind of the ball game. I mean, you hate to say that, but and really it was a pretty good effort by both teams. I respect how hard both those teams played in that football game. I think there was a good service is done to college football there. The Vols finish the season 8-5. We're going to have a bunch of naysayers piling. People can say what they want to say. We have a long time to talk about it here. Matt Diskin, your thoughts, and then we go to the phones.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks to lose, but really kind of a fitting way to end the season, to have it kind of get all weird and crazy, and your team not make the plays to win a game at the end. You lost this game because you missed a field goal in the first half. And they didn't miss theirs.
Yep.
You gave up a defensive score, but then you kind of got it back with the fluky kickoff return.
Yep.
We knew both defenses were going to struggle throughout.
Yep.
I'm just glad both teams decided to make the second half entertaining, because that first half was awful. With, I think, 6 total possessions. That's just an awful. Like, at least it's an exhibition game. Let's at least make it entertaining and let the quarterbacks do something, which they did. And Tennessee just can never get that stop or get that turnover. They had that one early in the game where Baruch had basically a walk-in pick six that he dropped on a touchdown drive for Illinois. It just is what it is. I mean, you lost the game and that sucks, but I mean, it doesn't really change hardly anything with all the opt-outs.
No.
Even though we can be emotional about it, and it does suck to lose. I hate to lose. I really wanted to win.
Well, and a couple factors remain, right? Your field goal kicker's been shaky. I know Adam Sparks is going to, and I love Adam, but I know we're going to quote this figure about how you've got better numbers than Jeff Hall. Come on, stop. And then the second thing, and I love Adam, and the second thing is we commit a penalty instead of letting them and making them execute on that fourth down, because if I had to put Josh Heupel football in a nutshell and what they need to they need to tighten their game up, man, with the penalties. They've got to tighten that stuff up. You got to tighten that stuff up. Will Heflin, you're in studio. I give you a thought, and then we go right to the phones. Hit it.
Yeah, kind of what you guys were saying. I told myself going into this game that I'm not changing my opinion of the season or the outlook moving forward one way or another. Like Matt said, you want to win. Didn't happen. At least it was entertaining second half. Like we were talking about, a celebration of college football. What'd you call it? The mid bowl in the mid-state? I call it the Liberty Bibberty Bowl. But, yeah, I mean, the real illustration for us there is 3rd and 6, and they get you on the hard count. Like, that sums it up, right? And you finish the year with 0 FBS wins over a team 500 or better. That's not good. That's kind of my takeaway, and why it's like, hey, nothing changes on the season, but it'd be nice to win this one because they're an FBS school and they have a winning record. And so you finished the season not having beaten anyone that meets those parameters. So it is what it is.
Tennessee finishes the game, as Matt was saying, with 278 yards. Illinois masterfully played keep away on the Vols. 6 drives of 10 plays or more. Make it 7. At the end of the game, they did it to the Vols again. They just played keep away. 417 yards for them, 278 for us. Time of possession, 36 minutes and 2 seconds to us, 23:58. And kudos to whoever that was from Tennessee after that touchdown, who went down literally like they had caught shrapnel in Dealey Plaza. And they're laying on the ground for like 20 minutes. I knew that was going to be the 12-inch dance record of the Heupel lay-down lineman shuffle. And the 12-inch dance record, I mean, they got that kid was shaking his head, no, yes, no. I mean, look, it was an enjoyable college football game. We lost. Let's go to the phones. 865-200-5402. I don't have pitchforks out for Heupel. I want to see what this team does, and we're going to talk about it as the show wears on because I'm focusing on it in the blog tomorrow. It now becomes about the portal and getting some defensive players to help your football team. Hello and welcome in, and I'll get Cinco and Brian in as we go. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, guys, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
I don't think we can get enough players out of the portal to make this team. This team doesn't have any talent, Tony.
They don't have any
talent.
what?
Who returned that kickoff for a touchdown? Number 89? Who's that guy's name?
He's
Joakim Dotson.
Yeah, Joakim Dotson from Memphis.
You see how slow he is? He's slow.
He wasn't very fast. I agree with that.
And he's a wide receiver.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Listen, I'm being dead serious. I could care less about this football team and our basketball team. It's almost as bad.
Does that mean you're not giving us we're not, because I was going to tell you you're allowed to double dip tonight because we got the basketball.
Well, I'll double dip, but I'm not going to talk about the basketball team.
Well, you got to talk about the basketball team. But when the game ends, we're doing Tennessee Garza Law, Tennessee basketball overtime as well. We've got 2 Garza Law programs going here. We've got football for now, and then when basketball ends, we need to have a couple people call in and just say something about the basketball team so we can keep our streak alive.
Okay. Hey, guys, I'm not so sure that we didn't have as much talent. I'm not so sure that in 2021 we didn't have – I think we had more talent back then. I really believe that. We had zero speed anywhere on defense.
Dave,
even our second stringers.
Dave.
No speed at all.
Dave, our guys all opted out, man. I don't know if you saw that.
No, we had about 4 of our defensive guys. Backup guys were in, Tony. They should be better than that.
Our 4 best defensive linemen opted out, Dave. Our 4 best defensive players opted out, Dave.
Oh, gosh, Tony, come on.
Well, that's what happened.
Guys, do we have any team speed on defense? Seriously.
Matt.
I'm asking all of y'all.
All right, let's go around the room. Matt, I've done this to myself now. Matt Dixon, what did you think of Tennessee's team speed today on defense?
It's just adequate enough in the SEC, but when you take bad angles and get blocked and you can't get off blocks, we don't have any recover. We don't have the speed to recover from any type of mistake, and we just don't play mistake free. So Dave's got a good point. We're about a step or two slow at a lot of spots, and we're also undersized at a lot of spots, especially linebacker and safety.
Sean Sinclair, what do you make of Dave's observation?
Well, I know we all like to kick Dave a little bit, but I think he thematically, I think he's pretty on point. If you take a look at the whole team, you got 2 breakout players that may be next year, Redmond and Staley.
Yep.
Everything else is bang average. You are going to get less talented. You'll be less talented next year than you are this year unless there is a incredible portal haul. And the way you've even documented over the past couple of years, that's not Josh Heupel's thing. We're spending an incredible amount of money. If in fact Spire's number 2, so I don't know if we're number 2 budget, but we're top 10. We're paying a lot of money for average players.
Yep.
And I just don't. The defense. I don't know about speed. The defense is just terrible. I just got crucified early in the year talking about the linebackers. I'm right. They're awful. And the only saving grace to them is the safety play. This game was a microcosm of Josh Heupel.
Yeah.
His year this year. Just horrific defense. Joey Aguilar's 3rd or 4th giving up touchdown to change completely momentum. on special teams, even though you had the nice, the fluky return. Completely undisciplined play. As Will said, just you don't have anything against a legitimate team. Not one legitimate win on the year. And then, back to the same thing, you got an okay defense with Illinois. They lost their guys too. Arguably, better players than we lost, not including Hood, but their defensive line guy. And we revert back to no answer for that 3-deep look they have.
Oh, no, we had zero. No answer for that.
Yeah, and the other thing is, the final thing is no one's talked about is the Leo position checked out after a third of the season because they can't stay in Coach Chop. Tell me the last time that any one of those guys made a play.
That could be a problem.
They have a huge payroll in that thing, including Joseph, Herring, and none of them play. They can play, but they don't play. That's why you won't see Chop back next year.
Hey, Matt,
it was just a complete microcosm of the whole year.
Let's go to the other side of the football real quick. I got a super chat here, Dave. I want everybody's thoughts, including yours, Dave. You know you aggravate me. Our offense, Crawdad Watson says, has become incredibly hard to watch the last few years. When we get on the field with good teams, we look average. We can be explosive every now and again, but it's more inconsistent than anything we've seen over the Heupel era. I think, Matt, that is a true statement. I think, and Matt, I want your thoughts. When they come out of the locker room at first, are lights out, and then that's it. It's diminishing returns after that. Your thoughts, Matt? And I don't know what you do to fix it, but they got to fix it.
Yeah. It's been that way for a while, but under Heupel, really, as a head coach, it's always been that way. You're just the best first quarter team in the country. Yeah. And then you do pretty good coming out in the third quarter out of the locker room. But, if the other team either has the speed to cover you off on the field or they don't, and it's very obvious early on. Yep. And kind of like Dave said, we don't have a lot of elite team speed on offense either. So, you don't need that threshold isn't as high as it needs to be to cover guy. We don't have a Hyatt or even, a Javante Payton to take the top off. We just don't have those guys. Yes. And we don't have it at the running back spot. So, Heupel's tweaked the offense every year. They do little things, and they did a lot of that, the tighter formations and the two tight end stuff this year. So they'll continue to evolve with that. It's worth talking about because, his offense does get figured out, but he's got to continue to evolve, and he has shown the ability to do that. Aguilar kind of was what he was. You got as good a year out of him as you possibly could have. Agreed. But we also saw all the flaws that he had coming in, and they just came at the worst times, and they were catastrophic that led to defensive touchdowns, and that just killed you in so many games.
Guys,
go ahead, Dave.
And here, the first 2 years, really the second year, I was sitting here telling my buddy that we really looked like we were well coached. But since then, we haven't looked like a well-coached football team. And we definitely were not a well-coached football team this year.
No, we heard the end of that game could not have ended better in terms of being more emblematic of who this team was all year. They got in that spot. They had a chance to get that team off the field. It's 3rd down and 6, and they cannot help themselves. They hadn't hard counted them all day. That veteran quarterback waited for exactly the right time. Both those kids out there, both quarterbacks are absolute gamers. Respected the hell out of that game today. That Altmaier guy respected the hell out of that game. He's got my admiration. I can see why Tennessee went hard at him in the portal. He would have been a pretty interesting player in this offense because he's not afraid to run with the football. And Dave, thank you.
He's better than Joey.
Dave, take a breath and get ready for the basketball call-in. I need you to call back in later just to make it a Garza Law Tennessee basketball overtime because we've got the basketball game ending. For some reason, there's 17 minutes left in that one, and the Vols are up 25 against the third worst team in Division I basketball. And it looks like there's about 5,000 wayward souls in there. I mean, geez Louise, party people. But I do want to shout out Marcos Garza and the Garza Law Firm because they're incredible people. Online at garzalaw.com, available for you 24/7 at garzalaw.com. Listen, there are tons and tons of imposters who have come in from out of state. Alabama, Florida, Georgia, you name it. You see the billboards. They're going to do this. They don't live here. They don't live here. They're not of this earth. They're not of this soil, shall we say. They don't live here. They don't care. They don't care. Marcos Garza and the Garza Law Firm, let us help. Let's go back to our phones. Brian Hartman, your thoughts on what we just witnessed?
Well, I want to give a shout out to Deshaun Bishop, who I thought him and Star Thomas were the two best players on the team tonight for the Vols. They had the best games. And I don't understand why Star Thomas wasn't at least the second string tailback all year. He certainly deserved to be certainly a good 1-2 punch there at running back. You sort of have thunder and lightning or lightning and thunder, whichever way you want to look at it. But Deshaun Bishop just ran hard.
Yep.
He kind of willed Tennessee. He kind of kept them in this game and sort of willed them back into this game. And that's one thing, that's one positive you can sort of take is that you're going to be pretty good at running back next year if you can get somebody else like a Star Thomas to complement him. So shout out to thumbs up to Deshaun Bishop. You were phenomenal, sir. I can't say that right. I never can.
Bright, did Thomas have a little bit more burst? Because I was thinking the same thing kind of midway through the year, like why is he not in the rotation? And it looked like he was stuck in the mud a little bit. Was he dealing with something and they kind of put him on the shelf a little bit, and maybe this extra time he was fully back?
The month off helped tremendously there.
He had more of a burst tonight, I agree. That didn't look the way he looked mid-October, early November.
And I think the approach Illinois took was the Tennessee just didn't have a passing game that could blow the top off. So I think they were sort of willing to give a little bit up in the running game, and the Vols really took advantage of that. And I think Bishop, to his credit, he just he sees the opportunity. So I want to give him a shout out again. I want to say something positive, and I think that's one way to start. That's a good place to start.
By the way, congratulations, Joey Aguilar, on the year that he had. 14 of 18 today for 121. He falls short of Peyton Manning's single-season record and will take his place in the top 5 where he'll be in terms of wherever he comes out as they tabulate such things. But, hey, Joey played hard today. Joey ran with the ball. Joey took some hard hits. Both those quarterbacks got hit hard. Ben Bolton, I thought, concussed Altmaier. He bounced his head off the turf when he chased him out of the pocket. And that Altmaier guy's a tough guy now. He's a tough guy. I give him a lot of credit.
I'll say this. William Wright's probably played his last football game maybe, but he made sure he was going to leave a mark.
No doubt about that, Brian.
I respect that.
No question. That's what bowl games are about, man. You get an opportunity because guys opt out, and you get a chance, and you run with your opportunity.
A sixth year, former walk-on from Nashville who made his first start. Yeah, he was a little overexcited early.
Sure,
but I can live with that. I mean, at least somebody on the defense showed some life.
Absolutely. Back to the phones we go.
How bad are Illinois' receivers when they couldn't create separation with our DBs all night?
Wow. And by the way,
that outside of Syracuse, that's the first time we really defended guys like we're in their face.
865-200-5402. Back to the phones we go. You're on our unnamed phone lines. If you want to sponsor the phone lines, get in touch with me. But hi, welcome in. You're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Tony. Jake from Memphis. How you doing, man?
Hey, Jake. Welcome in on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction.
And you can say what you want to about Dave. He's right on the money. I agree with every word he said. And that was tough to watch, and I'm going to have to continue his thoughts. Unfortunately, I hate to do it, but watching that game, I really wish we would have gotten Luke out of last offseason. And I might be I might be ripped for that. I mean, I love Joey. I appreciate what he did for us, but I mean, man, I would have loved to see this past season with Altmaier at the helm. I mean, he ran.
Oh, he's a tough guy.
So much better.
Yeah.
So much better than Joey. Kept the ball, protected the ball so much better than Joey.
Yes.
Again, I love what Joey did for us. Very appreciative, but man, Luke would have gotten us at least another game or two.
You know, though, and look, I've been saying Tennessee can do better than Joey Aguilar out of the portal. Here's the deal. You want to blame Aguilar tonight because his blindside left tackle literally falls down and allows a man who runs like a gazelle to have an unencumbered path at him, and he has no idea he's going to get hit there. That is not your quarterback's fault. I'm sorry. That is not your quarterback's fault. It's just not.
No, not at all.
It's just a football play.
Going one touchdown in the first half is your quarterback's fault.
Yes, I do agree with that. Yeah. Well, it's a scheme problem.
I just would have liked to see a guy that puts his, again, I'm not, Joey is what he is, and I'm very thankful that we had the season we had. We were very lucky to get 8 wins this year.
Yes.
Very, very lucky to get 8 wins this year.
Yes.
And I'm with Dave. I mean, unless we have some amazing portal haul, which doubtful, next year's going to be pretty rough with some freshman QBs unless we just do something crazy that we haven't done before. But, we'll see. And I wanted to lean on y'all because, Tony, you watch these ball games. I can't get into them. I don't really like watching football games where there's not anything on the line, really. And I thought this game was getting played in Tuscaloosa. I saw so many holds go uncalled. It was unbelievable. Is that a normal thing in these bowl games? I mean, I can't tell you how many holds I saw. I don't think they threw a single holding call all night.
I agree with you.
And at least they didn't call one on.
And they
didn't call it both ways.
No, they did. That's exactly. They let it all go, and it was an ACC crew. But the one thing they were calling was if you took somebody down at the end of a whistle, that call on our true freshman defensive lineman over in front of their bench is one of the softest football calls. Here's an idea. If we're going to start calling stuff like that, why don't we put flags on the guys, if that's what we're going to do, Sean, and just make this flag football? If that's a personal foul, tackling a guy inbounds is a personal foul. In what world is that a personal foul, Sean? That is
I don't think it was.
I
don't think it was. I agree with you all. There's no holding. I do think we got it went both ways. I mean, there's a play we got off the field on third down, and you could have easily called Jordan Ross for a head slap. So they just weren't calling anything. But I'm sorry with the caller. I know it's not the time to do it, but it's gonna be 3 of us on this harangue here. I totally agree with Dave, and I agree with this caller. It's just look, we had opt-outs, but so did Illinois. But here's what I want to. The point being that the state of our team and our program after 2 years, and I know it's somewhat of an anomaly right now, but Indiana beat this team by 50 points.
Come on, Sean.
No, hang on. I'm not talking about this, apples to apples here. I know it's different. What I'm saying is we're so far away from where we want to be, and we don't have a quarterback for next year.
No question. Matt, you got to mute you, buddy. That's going to drive me nuts. Go ahead and finish up for us, Jake.
No, I just, again, this is the second straight year the season ends with a big bummer, and I feel like last year we were easily, able to get over it with all that Heupel's done for us, and next year, man, when you look at that schedule, what would this team this year do with next year's schedule?
Oh boy.
And y'all said it already. Next year's team's not going to be as talented as this year's team. So it's just, it's reality in the face. And
you don't know.
Well, Heupel's got to do something he hasn't done yet.
Maybe they go 10 for 10 in the portal. They're going to add between 12 and 14 football players, and we're going to see what kind of plan they have.
Look, you guys are
I'm
all
looking
right.
Forward to it. Yeah, portal season's the best. Hey, Tony, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Go ahead,
Jake, you're absolutely right. And Sean, you are as well. But let's all remember that we were shopping in April or whenever the end of the spring practice window was, and that was a very weird circumstance that was tough to deal with. And I think we all appreciate what Joey did, and without him, we probably would have had an even worse season. But whether you believe in it or not, the opportunity to have a big portal haul
is right there.
Aside from last year, it's a totally different window because you know what you need at that position and everywhere else. And Tony, if I might ask, I have one request on where to start in the transfer portal, and it's a spot on special teams.
Go ahead.
That's the end of the statement.
You need kick returner?
I'll let you leave that to the imagination. There's a spot on special teams that I'd like to go buy somebody in the portal, similar to how Oklahoma did. There's your hint.
Cinco, is that true, false? Where are you on that?
Well, I agree. I'm not sure what. I'm not sure the point Will's trying to make. No one has thrown Joey under the bus.
No.
I said before the season,
he wants a field goal
7-5 with. I'm sorry.
He wants a field goal kicker out of the transfer portal. That's what I'm asking you about.
Oh, Mr. Hammer meet Mr. Nail. Absolutely. I mean, that's for both of us, for both of our sakes. He needs a reset, and we need a new kicker. Period. Will's 100% right.
Yeah. And on the Joey thing, Sean, I was just saying we might get a better
3 or 4 walk-ons.
What is it, Matt?
I mean, you could get 3 or 4 walk-ons, preferred walk-ons. I mean, you need a new kicker next year. That's pretty obvious. And like Cinco said, it's best for everybody because he's showing his head right now that he's not going to make anything in a real game.
Go back and watch the kick again. I rewound it twice. The guy under the left upright wants to call it good. He's shocked he missed the kick. You don't miss that kick in major college football. He saw what he saw, which is a good snap, a good hold. He tries to put his arm, and then he takes his arms down real quick. He's anticipating, hey, this ball's gone through here. This is money. And the kick wasn't, literally the kick wasn't close. I feel sorry for the kid.
It seemed a little fat, like a
a golf shot, like me.
Yeah, you hit a sand wedge, 3 or 4 inches
But
behind the ball.
I think here's the real point though. If you polled the Tennessee fans, if nothing else changes, I guarantee you the vast majority of people would say that Josh Heupel would run out Max Gilbert next year.
Oh, no question.
Whether he deserves it or not, and that's the whole issue right there.
Yes,
I'm absolutely shocked he fired Tim Banks. I'm glad. Will's absolutely right. He has given what happened to James Franklin, who's a way more accomplished coach in an easier conference, in my opinion, albeit top heavy, than Josh Heupel. In 2 games, he lost everything. I'm with what Will said is the motivation's there because nobody is waiting around anymore. You can't, as Jake, I guess you said, as you stack up against next year's, if there is a significant improvement, 8-4 is a dream. And I'm not trying to be an alarmist or a defeatist, but this was just an easy schedule.
8-4
relative
next year,
to the other SEC teams.
Sean, you go 8-4 next year, you're gonna have some damn good wins on that.
You better believe it, because that schedule is.
You're gonna have some real wins on that if you go 8-4.
All right, Will, you're Mr. VIP. This is your jam. You going? I'm giving you 8.5 right now. You going over or under?
No, not even that.
We're not going to do
that. Projection is going to be 7.5 probably.
Don't bring me down, Jeff Lynn. Let's go back to our phones and get our next call. And speaking of our friends at VIP Play, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, you can go claim your VIP Play welcome bonus and ring in 2026. Look, the bowl games are here. Vandy plays in the biggest bowl game in the history of their school tomorrow, Brian, which is what? At noon Eastern time. What's it called, Brian? This is the high water mark.
We're going to call it the It's the
CarQuest?
ReliaQuest Bowl in Tampa.
I'm telling you, that is a high watermark of Vanderbilt football. Lap it up. Lap it up. There's a guy on the YouTube channel gets in there. Vandy Daddy, they call him. They call him VD for short. Lap it up, VD. Lap it up. But listen, if you want to bet on it, my friends over at VIP Play, you bet 20, you get $100 in bonus bets instantly. They've got all kinds of great stuff going on with the college playoff going on, the 4-game playoff on New Year's Day, all kinds of special stuff there. Live always, 200-plus leagues, numerous bet types, props options. If you have a bet in mind, you can't find it where you recreate, they'll do it for you if it's a compliant bet type in the state of Tennessee, because everybody gets treated like a VIP over at VIP Play. If you have a gambling problem, 800-889-9789, 21 and over, located in the state of Tennessee to place a bet. And you could bet the Tennessee Volunteers tonight. We're going to make that an interesting game and do something very, very odd at the end of a game, which is pretty much how our season has gone all year. The second half of the Oklahoma game, completely odd. The Alabama game, end of the first half, you don't see many things like that. The missed kick against Georgia, totally bizarre, and the way that thing's managed at the end of the game. I mean, this team here was bizarre. It was bizarro. But let's go back to our phones and get our next call in. Taking that offside penalty, Heupel taking his 3 timeouts into the end of the half in the middle 8 was very weird, very odd. Just a weird football game. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony. It's Randy from Altamont.
Hey, Randy. Good talk to you.
Hey, good talk. Hey, our defense is what it is. That's why we went and got hopefully a good defense, a new defensive coordinator. But what drove me crazy about that game, we are the last 7 minutes of the game, and we've got T. Lander and a walk-on linebacker out there playing linebacker. 4th and 1. It's just they have recruited linebackers through all these rankings, and they are not. They don't. I don't know. Our defense, it can't be worse next year through the portal. It just can't be. We got somebody who can tackle and fill a hole. I don't care if they fill a hole and they run over them and they only get 2 yards. That'll be better than what we got now. At least we're there. The first half, our offense is a run the football team. Our offensive line could not pass protect in this game. We moved the ball second half when we ran the football. Sometimes it's that easy. Turn around there and hand it off. And I think that's one of Heupel. Heupel gets kind of caught up in Heupel. I like the big play, but sometimes it's just that easy, Tony, to run the football. And the first half, Illinois punted 1 time, and we were only down 10-7. We were fortunate.
Each team only had 3 possessions in the first half, which is crazy.
Crazy. They took the air totally out of the game, Matt, and kind of so did we when they came out of their deep safety look. That was that, man. Checkmate.
Yeah, when we can't have any explosives, and we can't pass protect very well, which was really disappointing.
Yes.
I mean, and you only have 3 possessions. You scored a touchdown. I think you went 3 and out after a first down sack, and then you missed the field goal after you dropped a 3rd down pass that would have had you 1st and goal at the 5.
Huge drop. Huge.
But in fairness, didn't we stop them on 4th down twice?
Yes. Held them to field goals. You didn't have to win.
That counts.
Yeah, absolutely, Sean. But Randy, you're right,
Tony,
man.
We got to go. We got to go get a running back, Tony. I know we talked about quarterbacks or blue, and we got to get a quarterback. We got to go get a running back because this offense is so much better with a dynamic running back. It just is. And our guard, we might need to go get some guard play. Our guards got wheels, and our quarterback. Our quarterback is designed to stay in one spot in our offense. He's not designed to move. He's designed to stay in one spot so you tackles knows where he's at. He's not back there counting the 3 and running backwards. That drives me crazy when a quarterback gets back there and just starts running backwards. It's like playing your video game. You just run backwards and go back and get it. But It's designed there. And if we get pressure up the middle, it blows our offense up going to football.
All year long, we've had trouble in the interior of that line, and it really came home to roost tonight. And it came home to roost in that Nashville game. They got their world
we can
rocked.
we can run the football.
Yes, but the pass protection.
We can run the football, and I don't understand. I didn't understand the first half of our offensive concept.
Yes,
we come out second half. We ran the football. We ran it, and we scored. Our defense is what it is, Tony. This year, it is. It's just it's horrible to watch because you're sitting there just. I mean, there was one play, they threw a little half-back screen pass to the right, and there was 3 linebackers on the other side of the field.
I got a question.
Go ahead. Will's got a question for you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Willie.
Which defense was better? The 2025 Vols or the 2022 Vols? 2022 was Hendon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which defense was better?
Oh.
I'm just throwing that out there to illustrate your point. I agree with you. But that defense was terrible too. But we had an offense that was prolific in all kinds of ways. We had speed everywhere, outside, running back position. You had a quarterback that was smart, took care of the football, ran. Really underrated runner was Hendon Hooker, number 5.
Vanderbilt taught me something. Tennessee taught me something last year, and Oklahoma taught me something this year, and that's this. If you want to be successful in this league right now, you better throw veteran players out there on a football field because that is what college football has become. It's become an old man's game. You're talking about the young kids not playing tonight. If you look at that sport, it's becoming older and older and older. And why was Georgia gettable in September? Because they had a bunch of kids on the field, Randy, and we almost got them. But you know what? They're a totally different football team than they were when we first saw them, Randy. They would beat the living hell out of us right now if they played us, Randy. Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes, they would, Tony.
Yes.
And I've noticed this week on some of your shows, you've been talking. There's been a discussion about spending money on offense or defense.
Yes.
Tony, the offense is going to carry us next year because I don't know how the defense knows. Everybody I've talked to or everybody I've heard from, it takes a year to learn his defense. It takes a year.
Yeah, it's going to take a year.
Okay.
If he does what he does, it's going to take a year.
If he gets, if you see him go sign senior players, them senior players need to already know his defense. Because if you get a senior player and he don't know that defense, you're just wasting a year on that senior. If you're teaching him the whole time.
Altamont, you're my man.
Does that make any sense?
Absolutely. You listen. You're making too much sense, as they say in the trade. As I want to thank my friends at T3 Vodka. You can score a T3 TD every time with T3 Vodka. And during basketball season, we have the T3-3 as the Vols have doubled the score of South Carolina State. A 1-13 basketball team coming into tonight, so something to smile about on the home front for Will Heflin. But my friends at T3, handcrafted with passion, precision, and a tremendous amount of pride. The Volunteer State has been taken by storm, and we appreciate them allowing us to tell the T3 story all football season long right here, handcrafted in the majesty of the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains. Quality, not a promise, but a way of life, filtered 10 times. It's 80 proof. It is the vodka that delivers smoothness. It's unmatched. It's a 5-time gold medal winning vodka. The 2025 SIPS Consumer Choice Medal winner as well. So whether you're sipping it neat on the rocks, mixing your favorite cocktail, T3 Vodka, your choice for a premium award-winning experience. We'll be hosting over the 1st, and we will be sharing some T3 Vodka with our guests. Make no mistake about it. You'll score a T3 TD. Ask for T3 Vodka by name at your favorite restaurant, watering hole, or your wine and liquor store. So, Brian Hartman, what is our T3 Vodka TD of the Music City Bowl, Brian?
It's got to be the 94-yard 94-yard kickoff return by the Dawson kid from Memphis.
Yep.
He fumbled the kick, and I thought, oh no. But he picked it. He gathered himself, kept his composure, picked it up, and got loose down the sideline. And it looked like, well, they're just going to get some good field position. So he might actually take that all the way. And he did take it all the way. So I'd have to say anything but that. And Deshaun Bishop, he showed great effort, too, on his touchdown that he stretched the ball across the goal line, which, to be honest, that was the same exact touchdown they didn't give to Jabari Wright 4 years ago. And that time they got it. So we'll still keep with the 94-yard kick return by Dwayne Dawson.
Hey, Will, you looked at me earlier when Dave called Joachim Dotson rather slow on that kickoff return. You talk about a tough audience. I don't think that kid dreamed in a million years that he was going to have that ball and that play was going to break down the sideline.
I don't know that he's been called slow ever in his life. I thought Jake, who called in second, he said he was from Memphis. I thought he was about to put some respect.
But he did put respect on him.
Dawson's name.
He didn't put any respect on him.
Hey,
come on, Dawson.
Come on, Dave.
Come on, yo team.
It's 30 degrees. The guy's running into the wind, all right? His hip flexors are tighter than banjo strings, all right? The kid can move or they wouldn't have put him back there. He may have not looked like a burner per se.
Yeah.
You know, if he was playing in Jerry's World in Dallas on a fast track or something like that. Okay, this was the Music City Mid-Bowl.
Yep.
But I think the kid can run.
Hey, Matt, how about...
I think that was a tough crowd.
How about Dave coming hard on a guy that has our first kickoff return since Velus Jones like a million years ago, Matt? And Dave comes in here and dumps on the guy, Matt.
Well, that's kind of what Dave does.
Let's find this guy's 40 times.
Like Jalen Carey can't be on the floor in crunch time.
I mean, Dave,
he's got to have a couple of talking points that there's a lot of truth in some of it.
Yeah.
I mean, to say the kid's slow because he had a scoop and score a kickoff return and wasn't just, Leonard Scott running down the sidelines is kind of silly. He was plenty fast enough on that play.
It's idiotic. He ran by their entire special team.
I think it was a bad camera angle.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was the trucking of the camera. Let's go back to our phones and get our next call in. So he's the winner of the T3 Vodka and a case of Tasty Cakes for him and T3 Vodka on the way. Oh, no, he's a true freshman. Will Heflin will be accepting in his honor. Hello and welcome in to the next call. You're on the air.
Dawson looked like, give me flashbacks of Rocket Ishmael.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
He blew everybody away, and then he kicked it up neutral and coasted in.
I wouldn't go that far.
What a pull!
Did
he just
coaching?
Say Rocket Ishmael?
Oh yeah, we're in the Rocket. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Was Heupel coaching concussed tonight?
He didn't exactly look, how do we put this? I mean, he never looks really engaged. He looked like he had other things on his mind tonight.
He looks like a local butcher or produce manager at Food City.
I mean, come on, don't
crack.
What do I look like? I look like a de-skinned Muppet.
He looked confused when they upheld the call on not getting the first down there toward the end of the game. He looked like he thought they was saying that they was going to give him the first down.
Right. When the call went for Tennessee, then that was when they that game is such a cost-cutter football game that they don't have enough cameras out there to even get a decent look at that. So what replay are they looking at there? What? And Matt, am I wrong, or Bry, or Sean, or somebody? Did they move that football forward a little bit, even though they didn't give them the first down? Illinois, it looked like when they came out of that set, they moved the ball up a little bit. Did anybody else notice that?
Yeah, they moved it forward a half a yard.
It looked like it,
I just noticed that they had no idea that kid was going to get the ball. The running back that took it for about 10 yards.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
Here's a question I have for here's a question I have for you guys.
Yeah.
Is our best we're gashing them running the ball, right?
Yes.
we're not really taking the top off. If anything, there's short passes. Joey's not having his best game. He's inaccurate. He looked confused a lot of the time. He certainly was pressured quite a bit. Looked a bit rattled. So really, we're making our hay with Deshaun Bishop and Star Thomas running the ball. And they're cranking off 12, 15, 16 yards a carry. So someone has to explain to me how in the middle on every single drive we're substituting one freshman wide receiver for another one. And when they're not even throwing him the ball and allowing Illinois every single time to bring in 4 fresh bodies. It makes no damn sense.
You know, Matt,
I sat there and watched. I watched Redarius Jackson
yep.
and Travis Smith just exchange almost every other play. Yep. And they were irrelevant in the game. And no offense. And then it allows them to do their double substitution where they bring in waves of defensive tackles and linebackers.
Matt, did you pick up
when
on
it's
that
not
as well?
even relevant to the play?
It's a very curious thing they did tonight. Something they ordinarily do not do, Matt. And it did allow Illinois to bleed the clock on defense as well, as Sean's talking about, because they would wait till the very last second, like a lot of defenses do on that sub. He's got a good point, Matt, doesn't he?
Yeah, you needed to keep the same personnel on the field a lot more because, like Cinco said, you're running the ball and those guys, aren't really factors in the plays. It's like those first couple of years when you basically just had 3 or 4 wide receivers and they literally didn't even change sides of the field. You were so basic with your run game, and a lot of times your receivers didn't even move on run plays that first year, which was crazy. But you didn't have bodies, so yeah, you kind of gotten a little too cute with it with the freshmen. You needed to not do that because with the tempo you were able to gash them. Of course, after a first down, they had a guy get hurt a few times, and there's some of the new clock rules where like if a play goes out of bounds, the clock runs, but both teams, like the defense can substitute even if the offense doesn't. So like some of those things have taken away that advantage. But I agree with Cinco. You needed to keep all their personnel on the field and play with tempo because they clearly weren't ready for it and couldn't really stop it at all because they most of the time they just had 2 and maybe 3 down linemen. You could really get 5 yards, before
anytime
you even add a defender.
Anytime you wanted it. It was a very curious. But let's go back to the Food City meat section. Go ahead. What'd you have for us?
Another thing, I mean, whenever they got that first down, it didn't matter anyway. But when they got the first down with like 2:10 to go, I mean, shouldn't Heupel call a timeout right then and save 10 seconds on the clock?
Yes.
And then use the 2-minute warning as his second timeout.
Yes.
I mean,
in college ball, these guys have not figured out that you've got to use that timeout before the 2-minute warning, and I don't understand. If you watch the NFL game, they don't wait for the 2-minute warning. There is no waiting there. It's an odd way it's handled on the collegiate game versus when you're used to watching the NFL game. I'm have to say that. And one other thing, I thought it was curious the end of the half when they went into the halftime with 3 timeouts as well and didn't play to win the middle 8. I thought that was a curious thing as well. When Illinois had their drive,
I don't think we've looked nowhere near the same since Golish left. I know people's talked about this in the past, but I mean, it kind of reminds me. You can't really compare them, but Dan Campbell this year, that Lions offense, the way it looks when Johnson was gone, and the way the Bears look, and that's kind of the way it looks to me. And out the door, I had a pretty good little egg nest build up, and Joshy Boy took me under wing. And I bet that over 31.5, and I busted me.
God, Joshy boy. You busted him. Wide open. John Adams has now entered our discussion. John, a microcosm of Tennessee season tonight. Just a weird, odd football game. At the end of the day, I'm kind of with Matt. I tip my hat to both teams for respecting the game. Both teams played hard. Tennessee just did the same stuff, John, they've done all year when they faced an opponent that could play a little bit. They hurt themselves tonight. John Adams, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together, meet and greet. John Adams. John Adams, ladies and gentlemen. Is he there? Is he going to be able to get out? What do you call that in baseball when you're stuck? You're stuck.
We can hear him.
You can hear him?
I can hear him fine.
I can't hear him. He needs to
Loud and
unmute
clear.
himself. I can't hear him at all. Can you hear him?
No.
No, we can't hear him.
I can hear him.
John, leave the room and come back so I can hear you. We all want to hear you. Let's go back to the phones. 865, and soon the whole world will hear you, Brownie. Let's get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You are on the air.
Hey, guys. Joshy Boy.
Wings.
So I'm going to throw a question at Will. Will, do you think this year's defense is worse than the Derek Dooley era defense?
Joshy boy, do you know how long we've all just tried to erase that from our memory?
Yes.
And you just have to.
Yeah, I know.
You just have to throw that on here on Garza Law, 5th quarter. The last football one of the year, mind you, Joshy boy.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't worse. And you know what? For as bad as it looked at times, and the Vanderbilt game got away, this team was really competitive in most games, right? All but one. Very competitive. You lost to Georgia, who may win the whole thing. You lost to them in overtime. Oklahoma was a playoff team. You lost to them in a really close game.
Yep.
Alabama beat you, but it wasn't ugly. You had a bad turnover that kind of changed that game. Derek Dooley had a rough go at it at the University of Tennessee, so that's my answer, Joshy boy.
I would say, Josh, they're both pretty atrocious and pretty unwatchable, and you're on the sun.
Yeah. But I will say, in Heupel's defense, I would take the 2022 defense over this defense.
Yeah, we're kind of splitting hairs here, but yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So I'm going to lead off with.
You already let off, Joshy boy. This is your 2 hole.
Yeah, this is your second one. You're on the 2 hole.
So we get that false start that led to Illinois getting the first down after the 4th down. And Heupel always says, we got to clean the little things up. Then when the hell are you going to clean them up, Josh? You need to start saying and start doing this shit. Are you just stupid or something? Because you're going to get yourself fired if you keep doing the little things wrong. Thoughts?
I think you're right. I don't appreciate the harsh way you said that, Joshy boy, and accusing our coach of being stupid. But I do agree that they got to clean it up, man. John Adams, do you agree? I hope you work now, John. I hope you work so that Will and myself can hear you. John, go right ahead. I may have to reach over here and do something to John. Let me see if I need to reach out and touch someone on John. John, go right ahead. Can you guys hear John and I can't, Bri?
I can hear him. I still can hear him.
All right. Well, tell me what he's saying. Go ahead, Bri. Tell me.
He said, "Can you?" He's asking you. He asked you
no,
twice.
I
if
can't
you
hear
him.
you. But tell me what else he said. What was this?
John, just make a couple of points.
Yeah. Go ahead, John.
We'll fill the gap before Bri translates for us.
Yeah.
Joshy boy, do you have a 3 hole before we?
Oh, he's out of here. Joshy boy's out of here. He went
gone.
on a tirade and called our coach stupid and everything else. My friends at Waterside Contracting, John, I can't hear you.
Let off twice.
My friends at Waterside Contracting, we're not. Are we gaslighting these people? We can't hear them.
He let off twice.
You know.
He made 2 full statements and said, "All right, I'm going to lead
let
off."
Twice and called the head coach stupid.
He was coming in hot on that second point, though. He goes, "I want to know what you think of that." And I'm like, "Well, which part?" Of course, this team better. When you play the schedule, when you play that schedule that we play next year, and you don't clean that mess up, and you're still doing some of that silly stuff that they do, your ass is going to go 6-6. So they better clean it up next year. And I mean, these people are going to be all over you. My friends at Waterside Contracting, listen. They're the ticket. 25 years of serving the living volunteers. Hundreds of custom-built and great remodels all over the area. 25 years of making dreams come true. I've had people tell me, man, I hear you talk about Waterside. They're phenomenal. People that are in the business. People they've touched with their work. Structural integrity, quality without compromise. That's what Waterside Contracting is all about. Check out their website, watersidecontractingllc.com, when it's time for your dreams to come true. Quality without compromise, Waterside Contracting. And shout out to our friends at Dos Equis, because tonight, ladies and gentlemen, in a minute and 20 seconds, when they put this thrilling game to bed in Thompson Boring Arena tonight, a.k.a. the FCC, with all due respect to our caller earlier who talked about the meat section in the FCC, we're going to go for Dos. Oh, yeah. We're going to go for Dos. Two call-in shows in one. Going for Dos, ladies and germs. But let's go back to the phones without further ado. Dos Equis Lager Especial. What a great, great choice for you on this New Year's holiday. Breaking it down scientifically. Let's go back to our phones, and we'll get our next call in. Hello and welcome. We've got Cinco. We've got Matt Diskin. We've got Will Heflin in studio. My name's Tony Basilio. Brian Hartman's here. Ewad will be by later on with a cast of thousands. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Matt, Cinco, Tony, how's it going? It's KT in the upstate.
Hey, KT, good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you, brother. I felt pretty good about the game coming out, man. Kinselman was he was laying some pipe coming out with some of those blocks in the first drive, and I felt like the team was really fired up, and then it all went to nothing after that.
I don't understand why we can look so great in our first drive. Will, explain that to me, somebody that played the game. How can you look like that in your first drive and then you shoot your shot and that's it?
Josh Heupel is we've ragged on him all evening. He is the best in the country at an opening script. The problem is, like you said, diminishing returns then after. Maybe the guy just needs to script out 3 or 4 drives and just see what happens, because they make adjustments, the other team makes adjustments, and it's just not the same. But man, they come into the game with a really good script, and it just makes you wonder if they scripted it out a little bit further, would that continue a little longer?
Why don't you script your first 100 plays next time?
Just
script the whole game and just have it play out exactly that way.
Yes.
And you'll win them all. Why not?
Yes.
Do you think laying an egg against the Midland Midwest team, does this start his clock right now, you think?
I don't think this game changed anything.
But TK, you using the term lay pipe is appreciated by this living fan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Question for fun. We got cartoon Bobby Hill as a coach. They have cartoon Beavis as a coach. And then they had Frankie Jr. last year try to fight Belima.
Yes.
In a cage match. Who do you think wins between the 3?
Hey, Matt, Frankie Jr., Heupel, and Bielema all go into the broom closet. Who comes out? Who emerges, Matt? Who you got? Cinco, do you have a vote on that? Anybody? What did I do? Did I blow everybody up here? Oh, boy.
He's got that true right guard build, right? I'm pretty sure he played O-line.
Okay,
Josh played quarterback. Okay.
Yes.
He should
quarterback,
win.
D-line versus I don't know what Frankie Jr. was. I think he was some kind of D-back.
Oh, he was D-line?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Belima
winning.
Was D-line,
he's winning that.
Hey, Matt, Bielema.
Every time.
Bielema, Heupel, and Frankie Jr. go into a broom closet. Who comes out alive?
Well, it'll be 2-on-1. It'll be Heupel and Frankie J versus Bielema because of that. You remember that's what the theatrics in last year's game.
Yes.
I think it depends on which one's hungrier.
But it's 2-on-1.
I don't know what Frankie Jr. adds to the team in a fight, though. I mean, it's really just
he would commentate. He probably
he tried to fight him last year. Him and Bielema got in a fight at midfield.
He'd probably get a few kicks in. Andy Vandergriff says
he's a cruiserweight. He's going to come off the top rope.
Andy Vandergriff said that'd be one exceptionally large broom closet. He said more like a walk-in closet that you could sleep in.
I'll tell you what, if that broom closet had condiments in it, I'd be awfully worried if I was Frankie Jr.
Interesting.
Frankie Jr.'s going to steal the signs of what moves you're going to do beforehand. So.
I'll tell you this about that Bielema guy, though. You must say, because I must say this, because I'm an attractive man, and it takes one to know one. That is one attractive man right there.
Get on me.
That guy's got...
Thanks, Tony. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. That guy's got more chins than the Chinese phone book.
We've went from Food City Butcher to Beavis.
I mean, that poor fella. You talk about a guy. He's got more wins and chins tonight, but generally. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, Columbo. Welcome in, man.
I thought like in October, for some reason, I thought we were going to be playing Illinois in a bowl game. And I knew we weren't better than them. Whether they're better enough, I don't know. But I knew we were not better than them. And people need to get out of their heads the SEC is this dominant league anymore because we're not. The Big Ten is just as good as the SEC, if not better. Just is. The game didn't mean anything.
You don't mean that.
But I'm tired of the we didn't care excuse. Stop. The players stepped on the field. They wanted to win the game.
Mark, if you took those teams – and we took our top 16, and you go once this is a 16-team league, the SEC would go about 14-4, and you know it.
No, Tony, we just lost to a middling Big Ten team, and we're a middling SEC team. We just lost to them.
Okay, that's fine.
That's what happened on the field.
Coin flip game. Okay,
Missouri didn't beat a soul all year. They got their ass kicked by Virginia. I'm sorry. Vanderbilt's going to have their hands full with Iowa. The league's not as good anymore, man. It's a new era. People need to get out of their heads the SEC is a dominant league. It's not. The money is spread around now. The players are spread around. They don't know. I didn't think we were going to win today. Illinois got a better roster than we've got. Got a better quarterback. That's for damn sure.
Oh, come on, Columbo.
Oh, Tony, the streak's over, man. The 200-yard streak. It's over. I can't believe it. The thing that everybody's been people trying to make this guy into some kind of folk hero. He got paid a bunch of money to come here and got away from UCLA's offensive line. He saved us from 4-8. Great. Whatever. I don't ever need to watch that dude play quarterback again. He had a hot quarter against Georgia, and people turned him into a Heisman Trophy candidate. This team's not any good. They need players. So if they go after some middling G5 quarterback to come in here and replace him, I'm out. Do not spend $3 to $5 million. You're not going to be any good next year anyway against that schedule. You're going 7-5, probably 8-4 at best. Do not spend the money on a G5, some middling G5 quarterback like you just did this year. Please don't. Can you guarantee me they won't do that?
And absolutely not. The way the board's setting up, it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen.
Why? Go get players. This team's got holes on defense.
That's
man.
why.
Holes.
That's why. Because this team has holes on defense. That's why. You said it, I didn't.
They need probably 2 starters at every level.
That's why. There's so many holes that they've got to fill them, and they can't spend $5 million on a quarterback. Mark.
And they're going to. Not even, Tony, if you told me they're going to go get Cal's quarterback and spend $6 million, go get that kid, sure. But to get the kid from East Carolina or the kid from UNLV, oh, my God. Enough. I'm tired of hearing this.
His agent is the one. I'm not saying Tennessee won't get involved with him eventually, but his agent's the one floating that out there right now.
Okay.
The Calandra kid.
All right. But, I mean, they need dudes. I think we all can see it. And here's the other thing. Here's what I said about the defensive coordinator hire is absolutely true. He needs an ultra-aggressive, aggressive, defense coordinator that goes for broke. Because if you're going to screw it, if you make a mistake, make it huge. He doesn't get any kind of play calling rhythm when his offense is sitting on the sideline for 6-7 minutes, and they're getting bled out on defense. He gets in no kind of rhythm. If you give up big plays, who cares? Get the offense back out there so the team's hot and just keep rolling. I want a defense coordinator that's going to be ultra aggressive. I don't think Knowles is that, but I said that when they were making the DC hire. He needs somebody that literally bring the kitchen sink every play. If they score, they score.
Hey,
that's the way Heupel has to cook.
Early in the year, that was kind of the deal, right? They were getting turnovers or giving up touchdowns, and everybody was like, you know what? That's fine. We can live with that. That's a pretty good point. And I'll give you the Big Ten argument. It's closer than it was. I think top to bottom, I still lean SEC. The past two natties being in the Big Ten right now certainly helps that argument, and their top four are really, really heavy. But, all these middle-of-the-pack games that have been matched up, I know the Big Ten won tonight. SEC's favored in pretty much all of them. The two tomorrow, the SEC teams are favored. So I'm going to lean that just as far as depth goes, but you're right. The gap has closed, and so we'll see. But if you're looking at, dominance, you've got to look a little wider than the last 6 months, and the SEC's still got, 17 of the last 20.
He
so.
Knows. He follows the NFL, too. He knows where the NFL football players are playing.
But,
come on,
and then
Mark.
my last point, Mark, I agree with you on the quarterback. You can't spend $5 million, but you can take a shot on a smaller guy. It worked out pretty well for Curt Cignetti this year, I'd say. I don't think Fernando Mendoza had the same hype that the Cal quarterback this year has out of the portal.
No, he did not.
Mendoza, you can consider a G5
they found
transfer,
him.
right?
They found him.
Go. You know what, Josh? You played the position. Go find a diamond in the rough.
The weird thing about Heupel, though, guys, is he doesn't identify. It's the weirdest thing about him. It's odd. I didn't do it. I'm sorry.
Look.
What do you think, Mark?
I just don't need to see quarterback like we had this. I'm sorry. I know everybody loves this kid.
It's easier said than done.
Let me finish.
It's easier said than
done. The
done.
next intermediate ball over the middle that he completes will be his first.
That's fair. Who do you want, Mark?
I want them to load the roster up and play McIntyre or Brandon, see what we got, because they're not going to the playoff next year against this schedule. They're not.
So you want it to be a build.
The schedule is brutal. I want to find out what they have.
Okay.
You better find out if Brandon can play, because if he can't play, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, but Mark, you can't throw him out there as a true freshman. Look at Michigan this year, and I appreciate the call. It's a great discussion, Sean. Tomorrow on the Daily Show, we're going to have that discussion as we're on 11 o'clock Eastern time. Cinco, it is an interesting discussion, Sean, is it not? The fact that I just don't think this team's in a spot where they can spend $5 million on a quarterback. I just don't think they have the football team to do it next year, quite frankly. It just doesn't make any sense.
I don't either. I don't know what the market is. If you had to ask me who do I want, I don't know what his price is. I like the Beck kid at Iowa State.
Yeah.
I think he's a great fit for right here. I don't know that he's top of the line as far as the money, but here's the big thing. Josh Heupel or whoever's doing things has to figure out how to allocate funds. If you're going to pay $3 million minimum for a quarterback here, as you've been saying all week, you got $6 million in a quarterback room, and you're just collecting quarterbacks. Two of those guys are just drawing a check and are not going to play. You got a ton of money sitting there at the Leo position, and you don't have a safety on the whole team. Now, I don't blame them for the cornerbacks. I mean, they spent a lot of money on cornerbacks that were injured. That's going to happen. but they're really going to have to figure out how to allocate this. Again, I brought up Indiana before, and I get it. That's low hanging fruit, but their model about they've taken guys from group of 5 and made them all conference, all American players. So it can be done, and it's being done very fast. I just don't know that we have 4 or 5 positions that we invest all of our money in, and then everything else suffers. And I just don't know that that's an effective way to allocate your budget in the SEC.
865-200-5402.
What about that Chambliss guy?
Well, and that's the thing about the Chambliss guy, because Matt and Bino both brought up today that we've seen multiple examples in recent years in our league, which is a great league, there's no question. But you've seen guys come in from Division II and from Division I AA who were identified and brought in and who were really effective. Missouri had a kid at running back 2 years ago that was a Division II player who won the Offensive Player of the Year in the league. He was an excellent player.
Schrader.
Schrader, thank you.
Cody Schrader.
Let's go back to the phones. And so the point is,
that was tough
if
to
you
tackle.
can identify, tomorrow we've got the number. Here's the deal. By week's end, right now there are, the number is well over 3,000 football players in the transfer portal, 330. I hear that from Auburn alone, by week's end, there could be 24 guys. Just from Auburn alone, there could be 24 guys in the portal. Adam Sparks told me today on the air that he's got 21 pre-writes for Tennessee players and the portal. Doesn't mean they're all going to go in, but it means that he already has the article written so he can push send when those guys enter the portal. And that's how many guys are on his radar that could jump in from our team. So, this thing is... This is pickup football now, and there are no rules, and it is the wild, wild west. And there's no honor among thieves, and these guys are all going to steal each other's players and promise them all the moon. But meanwhile, the Vols finish 8-5, 4-4 in the league, and we're back to the phones. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Tony B, Zach, E-Town is up.
Hey, Zach, welcome in. You can be our first call to Garza Law, Tennessee basketball overtime.
I was going to ask if I could maybe do that.
What did you think? 105-54 win.
I love that we cracked a 105.
Yep.
That's what offense looks like. And I know Negaday was busting on a mint, but he looked better tonight. I know we were playing against basically a rec league team, but it's a nice tune-up. And Amari, I got a 50-50 chance. It's either Evans or Abrams had a nice little game. So we're cranking it at the two guard. We're going to have us one pretty soon.
Evans had 14 tonight. He was 5 of 6 from the field. And the Vols finished the game on a run there and went 4 for 4 down the stretch and blew a team out. And that is what you want to see. To your point, my friend.
And it all happened after halftime, after Zakai came out on the court. That's how much magic that guy can bring around. Yep. And that leads me into football. They need to get guys they need to get dudes, but also Ziegler-type dudes. And just the whole mentality of somebody like Ziegler in football. I just don't see a very passionate team. I just don't see much passion. I could be wrong, but for example, when really we had a nice chance there at the end. Illinois broke the huddle with 14 players. I think I'm kidding, but they did break the huddle with 12. They should have got a penalty.
Yes, they should have gotten a penalty. Yep. And Heupel was over there freaking out. Some people thought that he was yelling at William Inge. He was actually screaming at the officials for that, and rightfully so, by the way.
Yeah, I was glad to see that. That little bit of passion, maybe a little too late. But yeah, you said it right. When we got that kickoff return, which I mean, it wasn't no peerless price against Alabama, beautiful work of art, but it was pretty cool. And number 9 made a nice little block to basically spring the. I don't know if we've decided if this guy's slow or fast, but number 9 put a block on 2 dudes that sprung him and got him down. So, I mean, I'm tired of losing these. I'm going to say damn. I'm sorry. I'm tired of losing these damn Music City Bowls on last-minute goofy crap to Big Ten.
Boy, they have been some really strange games, Matt. You know he has a good point, Matt. If we don't go to the Music City Bowl again for like 20 years, I'll be a happy camper. I'm kind of tired of watching us down there, Matt. No offense to the Music City Bowl.
Yeah.
Matt, your thoughts?
I think it'll be the last game at that stadium.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Next year, thank God. At least they got rid of this shit grass that was just awful and they went to turf.
I think
that at least made it a little bit better.
They're phasing the new one into the playoffs, so we'll be real happy if Tennessee ever plays in there. But I wouldn't get your hopes up.
All those first of all, you had the false finish down there. The one win, Butch Jones basically had to bribe his players to carry him off the field. You had the when he looked like literally looked like something staged by Kim Jong Un back in the day.
They were wearing those smoky grays.
He had those smoky grays.
That looked so weird.
And he had that goofy, ruddy Kim Jong Jones look on his face, like he was over North Korea. You had the false finish, the dusty finish against North Carolina, where they're out there kicking a field goal. We're on the other end of the field celebrating because we thought we had won. I mean, you can't make that up. I'm sorry. And then tonight, we're trying to get an opponent off the field. We jump off sides, trying to make the first play on defense we've made all night. We ain't made a damn play all year up front, and we're jumping off sides. What are we doing?
I mean, it's just the magic of the Music City Bowl.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty stark-looking image when I was watching. It was right towards the end. You know, we couldn't get off the field defensively, and then earlier, our down linemen just looked like high schoolers compared to some of their linemen. So we just got to beef it up, kind of like Barnes. Like here, I'm gonna go back and forth, kind of like Barnes did down low on the post this year. We just got to get bigger and better on the where the big guys play. And hopefully maybe, I don't know if you can do that now. Like, I don't know if you can build a college team with great offensive and defensive lines. I know the teams that were, the Vols teams that played and were successful when I was in school there had amazing defensive lines. So I don't know if we can spend some money there and get you a nice running back and a decent quarterback. I think Will made a nice point about Mendoza being, I'm not sure where he came from, but it's a lot of stuff to process for one night.
Thank you, brother. Yeah,
some pretty funny lines. It's been all right, and I'm gonna have some T3 vodka.
Peace, baby. It's there's a lot of moving parts, no
what
question.
Was his name?
That's Zachamania.
Zach, do me a favor, brother. Watch that playoff game, the quarterfinal tomorrow night. I believe it's in Jerry's World, the Cotton Bowl. And let me know what you think a really good D-line will do for you as a football team. Because you're going to see two really good ones tomorrow in Miami and Ohio State.
I got Miami in the upset, beating Ohio State for that reason. Because their defense is legit. Mark and Colombo, you closeted. I'm not even sure if you're closeted anymore. Big Ten sheep. 865-200-5402 is the numero dos.
Stop.
Hey, if you're a contractor or you're a homeowner, listen to me right now. Allen and We Ship Floors, they have got you covered. The pricing, the Super Core floor, you go and check out their work over on YouTube. Look at how you cannot destroy that floor. Look at how water won't get in it. Look at how that thing is designed. 120 Super Core floors for you. We Ship wishfloors.com. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Alan was out there freezing tonight. But they've got millions of square feet in stock up in Johnson City. And do yourself a favor. Why you want to pay those big retail prices when you can go and you can get the product? And Alan will ship it nationwide. They've got a virtual room selector where you can drop it virtually into your room. You order a free sample today, as hundreds have. WeShipFloors.com. Again, WeShipFloors.com. As we get ready to go back to the phones at 865-200-5402 is the numero dos. And let's go back to our phones and get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You're on the air.
Tony, this is St. Louis Jeff.
Hey, St. Louis Jeff. Welcome in.
Man, good to be on here. I haven't talked to you since I was at the Illinois game 2 years ago when we beat them, when Jordan Gainey went coast to coast.
Let's go. That was a great game.
Let's go. So here's the problem, man. Like my neighbor across the street, since then, we've lost to them in basketball, and we just lost to them in football. So tomorrow morning is not going to be good for me.
Yeah, I would say it's going to be a rough one for you. But what are you going to say? I mean, at the end of the day, your team played hard, and they played well, and it's a Music City Bowl. I mean, if the guy wants to celebrate a Music City Bowl win, give a cap to him, right?
Yeah, right. He's going to celebrate. Here's my question to you, though, Tony. When's the last time on a change of possession, on a punt, a turnover, whatever, when's the last time Tennessee has held a team to 3 and out? When have we done a 3 and out and gotten off the field? 2017, Jeremy Pruitt? I mean, can you even remember? I have no idea. That's the question.
Matt, does anything come to mind for you? He brings up a great point, Matt. That's a great question.
There had to be.
I mean, it's not. I don't think Josh Heupel. I don't think it's happened.
No, I think that's accurate.
There wasn't a holding penalty or anything on somebody first drive the whole year. We didn't have one defensive 3 and out. We had to. Kentucky, they're horrible.
No, right. Kentucky went down the field. It wasn't. No, not Kentucky.
Oh well, we had that long fumble. You remember that play? I saw a highlight of that.
Oh yeah,
it was like 8 people touched the ball.
This season, we made the football follies a lot. This season.
Does that count as a 3 and out? A turnover? On one of the first 3 plays, would that count?
But you bring up a great point, man.
I mean, the punters didn't even show up tonight, did they?
Here's the other thing, too. When they did that silly-ass lay-down lineman thing for 15 minutes after we scored that touchdown, I knew we weren't winning the game.
Right, for sure.
That is silly, nonsensical, not respecting the sport, silly, stupid stuff. That is not even gamesmanship. At that point, I mean, and Tom Hart's up there like he's calling professional wrestling like he's Tony Schiavone or something, or Bobby Heenan, and we're going to act like the guy's really hurt. Tom Hart knows better than that. Come on, Tom.
Yeah, come on, Tom.
You can't dog on Tom, though.
I love Tom. I love Tom.
I know you do, but
he's put in a spot there where everybody in the stadium knows what you're doing, and we got a guy down there, literally, they're touching his toe, and he's going, no, that's not it. That's not it. And then they move up to his ankle, and he's going, no, that's not it. I mean, what are you you're diagnosing him? What are you going to have surgery on the field?
As the broadcaster, though, that's a tough one for him because if he,
I'm not.
A million times
he's just put in a spot there. And
a million times it's nothing, but the one time it's an actual injury and he makes light of it, then he's on the spot.
Hey, Cinco, do we, for a prelude next year, as Heupel tightens his game up in 2026? Do you bring the bone saw out there, Cinco, and literally act like you're cutting on somebody? Or down there at the 15-yard line?
You guys have better eyesight than I did. I thought he was taking a nap. I thought they were trying to wake him up.
He was laying
So I need to get new TV.
Hey, Matt, did you see when they grabbed his foot and he shook his head? No. That was
Yeah, this is a very elaborate operation.
And then I'm sorry, the young lady is hovering over him like to check and see if he's breathing or not. I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's crazy. If we can't get 3 and outs, you're not going to win many games against good teams. No. You have to get 3 and outs. And we have 0 3 and outs this whole year. I mean, I can't even tell you the last time we had a 3 and out. I mean, I have no idea. So that's the first problem. The second problem, and here's where I'm going to push back a little bit, is everyone wants to jump on Max Gilbert. But the problem is the Staley drop, literally my 52-year-old wife could have caught that pass. It was a lob pass right in his hands. We score a touchdown right there if he catches that pass and we win the middle 8. And he dropped the ball. Staley has to make that catch. I know Max Gilbert sucks, and I know he's not going to be our kicker next year, but Staley has to make that catch. That was you catch that ball 100 out of 100 times and he dropped it. That lost the game right there.
You're right. No, you're right.
About most of that. But
yeah.
Do you know for sure that Gilbert will not be the kicker? Because you said you know.
You can't run him back out there next year, man. You just can't. But Staley has to make that catch. That was not a hard catch. He literally jumped up in the air 6 inches in the air, and he just dropped it. It was like a lob pass. It wasn't even a hard pass. Go back and look at it. Joey lobbed it to him. It was a first down. It would have been first and goal to the 4 or something, or the 5. It was 3 minutes to go in the half. We score a touchdown there. We win the middle 8. We probably are up 21-7 next time Illinois gets the ball. Max Gilbert misses the kick. Staley has to make that catch. It was an awful play. Staley has to make that catch.
Thank you, my friend. Good talking to you. Hey, Bri, check on Twitter. Some of the some of the portal guys already. Somebody's saying in the YouTube chat that Rendarius Jackson's already announced that he's hitting the portal. Check on that for us, Bri, and see which guys are doing what they're doing as we go tonight, because we are going to see some of that. My friends at Alumni Hall, I want to say this to you. Look, 2026 is here. Make it a New Year's resolution not to look like me. Get yourself some really nice stuff over at Alumni Hall.
They got nice stuff.
I'm talking about top notch over at Alumni Hall. Whether it's a nice polo shirt or a new hoodie or anything you're looking for your man cave, Tennessee basketball, Tennessee baseball's right around the corner. They've got great stuff. 3 Knoxville locations. The best selection of Tennessee gear will be found at Alumni Hall. They've got a location in Bristol, one in Johnson City, one in Murfreesboro. Online at alumnihall.com. They are the ultimate volunteer shopping experience, and boy, do they have some nice stuff. As we go back to the phones. And, Bri, is that true about Rendarius Jackson? Has he entered the transfer portal?
I've just seen Herb Gray. That's all I've seen. That's all I can find.
Herb Gray?
It's not on VolQuest
or
anything about Rendarius.
Right. Well, okay. Back to the phones we go. Thank you. I gotta watch us stuff here and see what happens here. I do think there will be some guys jump in. Obviously, I don't know how many.
I'd at least wait until the bus gets back to Knoxville.
Yeah,
be a little quick.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, we'll see. These guys all have phones now, you know.
That ain't the Music City Bowl.
These guys all have phones. Know what I mean? Let's go back to the phones and get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, this is Mark from So Far. And first of all, I want to thank you for just all you bring to the UT sports community and these programs after all these ball games. And it's just thank you. And all the people that, are with you there. It's just great. It's just great. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you, brother. I'm right back at you, man. This would not be possible without people like you receiving what we do and supporting it.
Yeah. So a couple of comments. First to Micro. When our player, and bless his heart, and just love him to death, returns that kickoff for a touchdown, I was praying somebody would knock him out at like the 35-yard line. Because if we had got the ball at the 35-yard line, we had taken the time off the clock, we had scored with a lot of, very minimal time left on the clock, and we would have won the game.
Yep.
The fact that he returned that kickoff all the way for 4.5 minutes, I knew we had lost because there was no way we were going to keep Illinois from driving the field and kicking a field goal. I mean, I tweeted it out to my small little text group, and I said, we just lost the game. It's just crazy that we make an incredible special teams play, but we lose the game. And I guess that goes back to complementary football, right? I mean, special teams steps up. The offense is like, sort of catching their breath in the second half and doing okay, but the defense is just horrible. So that's my micro comment. On a macro basis, I know I called, I think, back after the Vanderbilt game and said that I think we really need a kind of like a general manager because of how you have to allocate money across transfer portal and high school recruits. And Cinco, who knows a million times more than I do, said, no way, it's easier than ever to be a head football coach. But I don't know. You came in and you named a gentleman who's in charge of our sort of the GM for our football program.
Charlie High.
And I'm not going to go, there, but he was my son's college roommate.
That's him.
And
that's right.
And he's going against Ohio State. He's going against Oregon. He's going against Alabama. He's going against Georgia. And, man, bless his heart. I hope he's got it. But if that's who we have as our general manager, then going into next year, Heupel's going to be on the hot seat. I don't know. Maybe this defensive coordinator can pull, magic in 1 year one, but everybody's saying it takes a year or two to catch his magic. So we're maybe 6-6, maybe. It's a really tough schedule. So that's how I feel about tonight. I'm now looking forward to our basketball team, and I hope that Coach Barnes can get the chemistry going, get a good run going in the conference and in the tournament. And I hope Coach E can get us a great baseball season going. So, it's great to be a Tennessee Vol. It's all so good. But tonight we ended on a bad note, and I just don't know about the future. It seems like hot seat is going to become something we're going to talk about in the future. So, Tony, I really appreciate all you do and all your special guests. They know so much more than me. I learn so much more from them. And, let's all have a great new year, and a new year personally and a new year for the Tennessee Vols. Thanks, Tony.
Thank
Good night.
you. Yeah, thank you. And look, Adam Sparks made a point today. They got, Matt, what was the number of support people they have over there on the
48.
Staff?
47 analysts, which I would assume is probably middle of the pack in the SEC. I do think they need to upgrade some of the off the field stuff, but I think the 47 is a crazy number, but it's probably middle of the pack in the SEC if we're being honest.
47 analysts. And here's what these guys do. These are kids, a lot of them, but also guys like Jim Chaney. You got guys on their way up and guys on their way down as your analyst. By the way, I don't know if anybody saw, but Chip Kelly, who's insufferable and just an absolute horse's ass, just took the offensive coordinator job at Northwestern, which just goes to show you, you don't have to fawn all over these people and throw all kinds of money at them. They want to coach. They want to coach. They want to be involved in it. But to the presidents and GMs out there, keep making Jimmy Sexton rich beyond belief, and he'll keep playing you like a Stradivarius. But moving along, you've got all those kids over there, and they're all watching film. Your entire organization has to be on point in the portal. It's not just the general manager.
Mm-hmm.
You need people in there finding people. Hey, your guy, Tony Vitello, he knew how to surround himself with the right people. Brother, you got to have the right people. It's not like basketball where you're only looking at a finite number of players. The number that's in the portal right now is somewhere near 34. Let me get the exact number because it's a number that X gave me today, and it's crazy. We're 2 days out from the portal, and the number, where is it? How come I can't find it? Let's see here. 2 days away from portal. 3,300 players are in the transfer portal. Now, is that enough players? You think that's enough people to kind of keep track of? I'd like to cull through 3,300 people.
Well, they split it among 47, so it gets a little lighter.
A lot of football players. Let's go back to the phones. 865-200-5402. The other thing that's going to happen this year is there are going to be guys that are going to be in that portal that won't come out till after the spring. People have this misconception that the portal is just a 30-foot finite window here in the winter. That's not true. Some guys won't join teams till after the spring. They're going to sit in that portal, and they're going to the agents are going to tell them to let themselves cook, and so they can be 10s at 2. If you know what I mean. Back to the phones. It's going to be really interesting to watch this thing. Hello and welcome in. You're on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction presented by Marcos Garza and the Garza Law Firm. Don't you dare let one of these carpetbagger folks come in here from outside the area that don't even live here, don't work here, don't worship here, don't play here. You don't see them at the park because they're not a part of the fabric and the fiber of what we're doing here. Don't you dare do that. Marcos Garza, the Garza Law Firm, online at garzalaw.com. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hi. Hey, what's up, Tom? Lee, man.
Hey, Lee. Welcome in, buddy. Good to talk to you.
What up, Lee?
I will be at Alumni Hall like first thing in the morning because my New Year's resolution is to definitely not look like you, man.
Interesting.
You said it. I was
Lee,
strong selling point,
Lee,
man.
Lee, you got great hair game. You got great hair game. You don't have to worry about looking like me.
You sold me, though. That was a good selling point.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, so first of all, I know we've laughed about the lay down lineman thing for a few years now, but I'll be honest, man. I'm really tired of it. It's embarrassing. I'm really kind of sick of it. I don't want to see it anymore.
Hey, Matt, you've advocated. Matt's advocated. Matt thinks it's one of the reasons why we don't get a fair shake from the officials. And until I see anything otherwise, I got to believe it's part of it.
Part of it.
Because everybody knows
not the man.
That this thing's a fraud. And everybody knows that they're making a mockery of the game. And why would I deal with you honestly and fairly if you're going to continue to do that? Because Lee... He was on the ground tonight for 12 minutes. That's a little bit excessive, man. That's a little excessive.
Yeah. Then, we did it again 2 plays later. After the kickoff on the first defensive play, and I don't know if he was really hurt. Was it Hobbs?
That's the problem. Yep. You don't know if a guy's hurt or not. That's the problem. Yep.
Because he went down again, and it looked like the exact same thing. He was just laying on his back staring up at the sky. And I'm like, are we really doing this? I mean, does it matter? Is our defense really going to stop anybody anyway? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah. Lee, is that any different than what Ole Miss and everybody was doing to slow down the tempo? I mean, this is just a reverse usage of the same tactic, is it not? Why wouldn't they just implement a rule to combat this side of it?
Because it's all legal reasons. I know in the off season last year they tried to put some rules in or talked about some stuff, but all the lawyers in the room said, no, if you do this, you're going to leave yourself open to get sued. You're going to have some player that's really hurt or something, and I don't think they know what to do with it. But anyway,
at some point you just got to charge a timeout, right? The guy's going to lay there 15 minutes, you're holding up the game.
Yeah, I thought tonight was bad, but I don't know. This game tonight, it feels like we're so predictable. It's just you know the defense is going to be bad. Like I was thinking, maybe somebody will step up. Like you'll see something from somebody. Maybe hanging out playing time, and that really didn't happen. Like the offense comes out, scripted plays. Like yeah, we score, then we go dormant for almost 2 quarters again on offense. Same as it's been against an opponent with the pulse. You know, the undisciplined stuff, the penalties, like happens again. The jumping off sides. The one time we needed to like not tackle somebody was after we jumped off sides, and we needed to let them run into the end zone, and then we tackled them like for the first time all year. Like,
hey Lee, I'm glad
we actually let them score.
I'm glad you're on here. You know, probably more than most in terms of who's going to be available within a budget, and at least Tony and I have agreed, like, we don't want to go spend $5 million on Sorsby. And I know you agree with that too, right?
Yeah, I'm 1,000% on board with that.
Who would you say, like, value-wise is worth a shot at a better price tag?
So my whole take on the quarterback situation has been pretty much consistent. It's real similar to y'all, I think. The Colton Joseph kid at Old Dominion would be the only one that I would offer money to. I think you could probably get him for less than what you would be able to get Sorsby or Levitt or whoever the other guys are, or Lagway or whatever. I think you could get that kid. I think that kid's I think that kid's a gamer. I think he's got a high IQ. He's ridiculously good in the red zone. He can run, use his legs, like strong arm, everything. And I think he's be really hungry to come and do an SEC school and like show his worth. I think he's really good. Outside of that, like, as much money as we've invested in the quarterback position for how many years now, all the money we invested in Nico, we gave Merklinger a raise when Nico left. We gave Aguilar a raise to come in here. I don't know why we gave him a raise. What was he going to do, turn the job down? McIntyre ain't holding the clipboard for free. We've given Brandon money. Like, and now we're talking about, like, throwing $4 or $5 million at some middling Big 12 quarterback that couldn't win a whole bunch of games in the Big 12. Like, Rocco Beck, like, really? Like Sorsby, like no offense to these guys, but they're not going to do a whole lot for you for that money. Like I agree with Mark. Like I would much rather just roll with Brandon or McIntyre and see what you got in those kids and see if they can play and build up the roster around them. Like the NFL model is you get a young quarterback on a rookie contract and so you can spend the rest of the money on the rest of the roster.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we all agree none of those guys make you a playoff team, do they?
And plus, are we going to be a playoff team next year?
That's what I'm saying. Do any of those guys, Lee, turn you into a playoff team?
I'm writing in the blog tomorrow, if you can promise me Peyton Manning in his junior or senior year, I'll give you $5 million. The guy at Cincinnati ain't that. I got news for you.
Nope.
He ain't going to do that for you. We need multiple players just to be passable. Sean, how many guys out of the transfer portal do we need right now, in your humble opinion? Because my number is somewhere between 12 and 14 that I think they're going to add. I'm not so sure after looking at tonight's game, I wouldn't go get more than that. Cinco, what's your number? Matt Diskin, what's your number? What's y'all's numbers?
I'm sorry, Tony.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Tony. Minimum on defense alone, 8 to 10.
I agree with that.
You got to revamp that. The Redmond kid, I like that, but you're going to have to revamp that whole secondary. That's 4.
Yeah.
You're going to have to get some defensive tackles.
Yes.
You're going to have to get at least one linebacker, and I would suggest 2 linebackers.
Yes.
Because the Perlotti and the Harmon kid, they're nice prospects. They're not nice players yet, but they're nice prospects. And the two kids they got coming in are nice prospects as well. But you need 2 guys like even 2 Peeleys would help out a lot.
That. And that's
that's just on your defense.
Yes.
Who was the other guy from BYU that came in with Peely? It was the DB.
He was the kid that started at Vandy. Yeah,
Gabe
started at Vandy.
Lolly, yeah.
Lolly. He was solid too.
Absolutely.
That's the type of guy.
Yep.
And there are 3,300 guys in the portal, man. 3,300. So, listen, the Sorsby Derby, he's been Texas Tech bound. I just had my guy reach out to me. Check this out, Lee. This is what's going on now. LSU is jumping in the middle of that because it looks like LSU wanted the kid at Arizona State. It looks like he's going to end up at Oregon. So LSU's in the Sorsby Derby, and they're going to spend like drunken sailors for Lane, and they might go to $6 million for him.
He's not worth it.
Which might push that Mestamaker kid to Texas Tech, because LSU is not going to wait on Chambliss, just like we're not going to wait on our guy here.
Yeah, I just think eventually you have to get a return on your investment, man. Like, this money isn't infinite, and I don't think you're getting it with these guys.
Yes.
Like, especially in our system. Like, honestly, I think you can get I think there's a lot of guys that they have like a decent pulse, like, can come in and run this offense and put up pretty good numbers against like your lower to mid level competition for half your schedule. Now, I don't know if a lot of them can beat the upper level teams.
Yes.
But that's where you hope McIntyre or Brandon has a certain ceiling to get that done, I think.
Well,
I just don't think these other guys can really do that.
And again, people have this.
Let me ask you this: Does Josh Heupel have enough goodwill banked right now? If that goes bad, if you just have McIntyre and Brandon,
he's right,
because neither one of them were ready against this schedule. Nevertheless, next schedule. And what we talked about before is what you saw with James Franklin, what you've seen with other people. Can Heupel really take that chance? Because if we're honest, I mean, this is going to sound bad. If we're really honest, Josh Heupel at best is a $10 million play caller. He's not a CEO. He's not really. He is a head coach, but he doesn't run the program like a head coach. He likes calling plays. He likes having his boys around him: Landry Jones, McKenzie Milton, Seth Luttrell. Right. On and on and on. He likes having that clubhouse. The offensive line coach. He just gave Joey Halsey, who does literally nothing, a raise to $1.4 million. So something's going to have to happen. I like the guy before said you needed a GM. There's no GM except for Andrew Luck that's going to go into a head coach's office and tell him what's what. Yeah. It's not going to happen.
That's correct.
We don't have that answer in terms of
You're right.
how much goodwill he's got built up, and there's no way for us to know. That's between him and Danny White. It's like, hey, look here, if I make this decision this year, do you have my back? Because
it's really between him and the boosters.
Well, if he gets the boosters on board with that and say, look, it may be ugly this year, but this is what we're building towards. I don't know if they're going to sign up for that, but
the problem is it's like this season, right? It's one thing to say back in the summer, I'll accept 8-4 until you go through it, and then they wanted to strangle him by the end of it. Remember? All that stuff about, back in the summer, and then people had themselves convinced we were going to go 11-1 after that Georgia game, or 10-2.
Well, that Georgia game really turned out to be a bad thing.
Well,
for them.
That's the point. That's the point here.
The Georgia game was very clearly an anomaly to this season. Like, you ever have a teacher like throws out the worst score and your highest score, right?
Yep.
Does it make sense?
Yep.
Like, it was very much the outlier for the season.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a good analogy.
I think we can all probably agree to that. Because the rest of the year we weren't like that. It just wasn't it. And people got their hopes up after Syracuse and ETSU because the offense. We were wondering how the offense was going to be, and it looked like, it's going to be back to being great again. And truth was, it was pretty average against good teams.
Well, thank you, Lee.
Like I said,
you're the man. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun to watch. Yeah, Cinco, you were talking earlier about expenditures. I put a text into my guy. He's just helped me out with some stuff here. My agent guy that's telling me how the board looks like it's setting up right now. And this changes all the time, but Tennessee budget-wise is tens of millions behind the likes. They're 10 to 12 million behind Ohio State and the Texas schools easily. Texas Tech, Texas A&M, and Texas. That's why they can't afford to go tying up $8 million in their quarterback position. If you're trying to compete on that footing. Now, it kind of depends on what you're trying to do. But the belief that they have got some super war chest, early in the game they had an NIL jump on people, but the days that the big money is now in the middle of this thing. So
hey, everybody's saying who is it? Oh, it was Cam Coleman from Auburn. Is probably going to A&M.
Yes.
And they've spent more money on their receivers than the Bills the last 2 years.
Yes.
I mean, they brought in Concepcion, which was money well spent.
Yeah.
And now they're going to bring in Cam Coleman. I guess he's still in the mix with Ohio State. But anyways, I think Texas Tech may get the best end of that quarterback deal. If Sorsby ends up at
LSU.
Who was it? LSU, and Levitt goes to Oregon,
and Mestemaker
ends up at Texas Tech, I think Mestemaker and Texas Tech win that bargain. But that's a different conversation.
Well,
for a different
listen,
day. It's
there's going to be a Chambliss this year, guys. That's going to jump in and lead somebody to the playoffs. That's
thing
going to
about
happen.
Tennessee, we don't have to. Tennessee doesn't need to spend like A&M and Texas Tech. Like,
No,
that's a different way to do it, right? Indiana's not spending that kind of money.
They're spending a lot of money.
They're spending a lot of money, but so is Tennessee. Tennessee's not.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
you're right.
It's got to go to the right spots, and you gotta pick who you're going up against first.
Hey Matt, would our fan base to what Prosenko brought up, would our fan base hang in there for a long season next year? We're around this all the time, Matt.
But it depends on what you mean is a long season. Like, is that 7-5? Is that 8-4?
See, I consider this season a long season.
Okay, this season 7-5.
Well, you went 8-4.
I mean 8-5.
I'm talking about. You're asking, can they? I'm saying this was a long season.
Yeah,
would the fans put up with 2 straight long seasons?
8-5. And Matt, what's the answer to that? Will they?
No way.
I mean, not as much as they should. It probably depends on if Faison Brandon plays the last month of the season and you get some excitement. I mean, that's obviously
a good point.
Kind of a trump card that you can play.
Good point.
We've talked about the portal so much, and it's all valid. But Tennessee made the decision like a year or two ago that they were going to go heavy in high school recruiting, and they've done that. And now they have to have those guys be developed and start becoming, upper level SEC players. And that's just, we have to have that happen because we've invested way too much in high school recruiting. If you don't, and you've got to get guys from the portal obviously to fill needs and fit this new defense. But you got all this money tied up in Brandon, Mike Matthews. Like, you have money in a bunch of high level high school guys. You have to develop those guys and then also add from the portal to that. But you've got to develop what we've got too.
It's such a great point. Back to the phones we go, because you're not going to be able to serve both. Hello and welcome in to our next call. It's a very interesting conversation.
You've got to have value positions where you get more production than kind of the money you're putting into it. And I think running back is by far the biggest one you've got on your team. Like, it would be awesome to have the 5-star guy, but you don't need that to get elite production in this offense. I mean, Deshaun Bishop was pretty good. Dylan Sampson was like a 3-star guy, and you developed him. Like, when you pay all this money to the tackles and edge rushers and quarterbacks and corners and receivers, like, that's where the NFL model is. But you've got to find that value somewhere, and running back is about the only one I think we do. Like, we've had horrible safety play. Our linebackers are bad. The interior of our offensive line's not been very good. But we've got to find value somewhere.
We keep talking about talent and budget, but a big thing is I think teams like our team got exposed by what Kirby Smart said a couple weeks ago when he's talking about, no, we hit every game, we hit every practice, we tackled to the ground every practice. We can bring in as much talent as we want until this program gets an infusion of physicality, an infusion of toughness, an infusion of intensity and urgency. You could spend all day long. It's just not going to happen like we want it to. I didn't say this. Jason Swain said it. I agree with him. I just don't have the clout to say it. This program's soft. And it starts from the leader. They keep talking, well, we want a new strength and conditioning coach. That's bullshit. All of that starts for the head coach. If the head coach wants a bulky physical team, he goes down there and demands that from the strength and conditioning coach. If he wants a team that can tackle, that changes in a week or two. You go to the defense coordinator and say, mother effer, I want these guys to start to tackle. And it's done. And it's just not happening. We got a guy over there, and I love the guy. I'm not hating on him. But come on. It is what it is right now after 5 years. We all see the pendulum is not – we're closer to Missouri than we are to Georgia.
Back to the phones we go.
Well,
Hi.
yeah.
Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Tony.
Yeah.
What's up, brother?
Go right ahead. What's up, brother?
Got the whole gang there. Did you see your boy Edgecombe just now?
I did not.
He just put one in Jaws' eyeball right in overtime with 1 second left.
I'm not. No, I'm not on that. That's cool though.
Anyway, it was about a foot or two behind the line.
Nice.
Anyway, Doc's right. There's so much stuff. I've been trying to listen, but first, let me start with that maroon up there in Ohio who calls himself a ball fan. My advice to him and the likes of Negative, hey, if y'all just go ahead and be done now. Quit calling, because I'm sorry, but those dudes. I mean, this morons on here like, hey guys, well, looky here, look, we're not as good as. It's just we're not that good anymore. This conference, and he's like bringing up these bowl games where nobody's even playing in. Like, what an idiot. Anyway,
that is so true. I mean, for Mark to sit there and co-opt a bowl game that features two teams that have been picked apart like carcasses for a reason for showing his work. And when that Julian Sang guy laid an egg against Indiana, you couldn't find Mark from Columbus with a search warrant. Okay? And he was on here he was on his jock like white on rice, okay? I'm going with the Heisman. He's the Heisman. He's the Heisman. Give me a damn break, man.
That guy needs to find another show to call.
He's a punk and a clown, man. He's a punk and a clown.
He comes in here and like name drops people and he's a moron. Listen, Tony, Doc is right. We're soft. The basketball team's soft. Like, look, we have two really, really good coaches, but they're too nice, bro. Like, seriously. We have to nut up and freaking hit somebody. So, let me ask you this. You were bringing up the money. I'm curious, where is Alabama in that money pool? Are we right around? Are we right around where they're at?
I'm gonna text. I'll text and ask. I don't know any of that stuff.
See where Alabama and Georgia compare to Tennessee.
All right.
Well, like I said, that idiot Colombo. What did he say about Mendoza or Indiana at the beginning of the year? He probably said, "Oh, they're going to be horrible. Those kids can't even play." Like, dude, nobody knows who can play until they get out there, right? Like, nobody picked him to take Indiana undefeated, I'm pretty sure.
Everybody thought Indiana would take a step back this year. That's right. After going 10-2, which was a schedule-induced 10-2. Ironically, the night we all knew that Indiana woke up or was not going to be a different breed of cat was when they hammered Illinois. You know, I think Illinois was number 8 in the country going into that game. And I mean, Indiana,
into Oregon, too.
Indiana, but no, that's a Saturday night game when Indiana was like, it was earlier in the year. Week 4, maybe 3 or 4.
Beat them by like 40.
Beat the brakes off of them.
And then went into Autzen and won. It was like, all right.
Yeah, that's right. And then they beat Ohio State at the end of the year.
Well, Tony, I just don't understand. Like, this is basically an exhibition game, right? Like, you've got a bunch of your team that's already said they're not playing. So why are we not playing the guys that are going to be there next year and get them some play? Like, why is that defensive back out there, that redshirt senior from Innsworth, that kid is horrible.
Come on, Andy.
and he's soft as hell. Go out there and hit somebody. You hadn't gotten this opportunity your whole career. You're running around chasing air. Like, that was embarrassing, man. And, you know, Heupel, listen, I've been a disciple like Dino. And shout out the Hendersons. I got to watch the game. Andy, it's unbelievable. Tell Andy there, Andy here. It was unbelievable. Great food. I wish Dave could have been there, but
it's unbelievable, Andy. He had you there. It's unbelievable.
Tony, these last two games to end this year are a little worrisome. I mean, I don't care who the hell they've got, we've got. They could have Roger Rabbit out there, damn it. You don't lose to Vanderbilt on your home field like that. I don't care if they have damn Joe Montana out there. This is absolutely embarrassing. Tony, so he's got all these kids. Like, why did we not see McIntyre?
Well, the game just didn't present itself for that way.
Present itself? We're in a damn practice game.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
was Jelly Roll even there, bro? Was Jelly Roll there? Hell no, he wasn't. They didn't show him. But now, Tony, do you think they weren't showing the crowd because the attendance was that bad? Did we get any reports from inside the stadium? How full was it?
It wasn't full. There's probably about 40,000 people there, would be my guess, looking at it. Tennessee had a nice showing.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like a damn home game, and we lose to Illinois.
Well, we're 3 for 4 in that game now. The only game we won, Butchie Boy got carried off the field, so there's that.
And I mean, but hey, what about their quarterback? Go get that kid from Arkansas State.
Butchie Boy?
He needs somebody that's going to run the damn ball. Will the Thrill said it earlier. Hendon Hooker ran the damn football.
They need somebody that can hit deep passes. That's who they
need.
And
run it, Tony. And run it when it presents itself. I'm telling you right now, Aguilar could have run for at least 300-400 yards this season if he'd have just kept the ball and damn ran the thing to the sideline.
Somebody said that even Doug, the real Doug and the real Emu skipped out on that bowl game. That's how cost-cutter that bowl game was. They had a fake Doug out there and a fake Emu.
Hey, everybody was fired up after 3 weeks because Aguilar was hitting Brazzle down the field.
That's right.
And we're like, hey, this guy can throw the deep ball.
That's right.
This guy can throw the deep ball.
Right.
There's a little bit more to it than that. Those mid-level throws, especially in the college game and especially over the middle, are so important. And it was like he was hesitant, or he missed it tonight a little bit. Well, kind of all the way down the stretch.
Yeah.
Maybe one too many turnovers and he was a little gun shy. Coming into the year, I said this, and I heard a lot of other people say this. It's like, we knew who he was. We know you're a gunslinger. Be who you are. We're cool with that.
Right.
A few turnovers ain't going to kill us. Cut it loose. And now all of a sudden, it's your last game, and it's like, it was like a deer in the headlights there in the first half. I was like, dude, let go of the ball. Kept taking sacks.
Poor fella.
Yeah, and he's just standing there, not even moving his feet. Like,
poor fella.
Move your feet, step out of the pocket a few steps,
it was
and
cold,
throw the damn
though.
thing.
It was the feet thing is cold. I think that's why our boy Dotson didn't look like the 4-4 that he really is.
Well, the back
4-4.
I would have liked to see McIntyre, and I also would like to know what W. Lynn's breath had to say about the game tonight. But
I don't need
Tony,
to see McIntyre.
Yeah.
That's the thing. If you go back and look at the season, if you look at that, if we just pull that game out and make that damn field goal, that's another thing I did want to bring up. How do you keep walking a kid out there that keeps missing the damn field goal? Put the water boy out there and let him kick it.
Thank you, my friend.
Anyway, Coach, I love you, man. It's frustrating.
Yep.
And Go Big Orange. Hopefully the basketball team can beat Calipari's butt.
You're the man. We'll be on Saturday night after that game. That's exactly right. We'll be on with you tomorrow at 11, by the way, 11 Eastern. Or is it today at 11 Eastern? No, it's tomorrow. It's only 11 o'clock in the Eastern time. Time for me to tell you about our friends at Connexial. Because it's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the Connexial drive of the game. Brian, you've got 2 different games to choose from now tonight. You've got the basketball game and the football game for the Connexial drive of the game. There wasn't a tremendous amount of drives, Bri, in the football game. Bri, what is the Connexial drive of the game presented by our friends at Connexial? That's KONEXIAL.com. KONEXIAL.com. Put the /Tony in there, and they give me a little extra credit. So, but shout out to our friends at Connexial. They are right out of downtown Knoxville, running a worldwide concern. They do business all over the country. They're really, really impressive. And if you're somebody that has a fleet, manages a fleet, they want to help you and take you under wing with what they're doing. They'll make your crew more effective. They'll make you more efficient. They'll make your crew safer. They make our roads safer. It's a beautiful thing. They are for our friends that are in the trucking game and love them and serve you. KONEXIAL, drive life with Connexial. Bri, what's a Connexial drive of the game before we go back to the phones? Brian Hartman. Earth to Brian. Earth to Brian, are you there? Matt, is this the portion of the show where we lose Brian?
It certainly sounds like it.
Wow. Brian fell asleep early tonight. That can't
Come
be.
on, Brian.
That
it's the last game of
cannot
the season.
be, man. We're only in our... we're early in this
Sounds
thing.
like Brian needs a new strength and conditioning coach.
Damn, Cinco. What do you think of that, Cinco? Brian Hartman. I hope
outrage.
I hope nothing happened to the poor guy. Shout out to the Vols who get the ball first series of the game. They go 11 plays, 67 yards. It took 4:59. They went down the field, sliced and diced. The Illinois defense led 7-0. And that was on the second drive of the game. And, of course, just as one of our callers said earlier, what did Tennessee's defense do as soon as the Vols scored? Well, they let them come right down the field and go 9 plays, 75 yards in 5:40. And then the Vols got the ball back and went 12 plays, 50 yards in 5:31. And then Illinois got the ball back, and they went 9 plays and 42 yards and turned it over on downs. Illinois tonight in that game had an 8-play drive, a 9-play drive, a 9-play drive, a 12-play drive, an 8-play drive, a 12-play drive, and a 13-play drive. And that's how you take Tennessee, and that's how you beat the Vols. If you wanted to bottle away to beat a Josh Heupel football team, you would take that, pasteurize it, or whatever you would do, vacuum pack it, however you're going to do that, but that's what you're going to do if you wanted to bottle that up. Because our defense tonight was utterly disgusting, if you want to call it defense. Hello and welcome in. You are on Garza Law, 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. Hi.
Hey, Tony. James from Knoxville. Can you hear me?
Hey, James. Yes, I can. Go right ahead. Thank you for calling.
Hey, thank you for having me on. Number one, I want to say thank you for doing your show. Thanks for having me on. And thank you for the music that you play downtown, too. I like seeing you. I don't make all your shows, but I see you when I can. And I think you're a true musician, and I really enjoy your performances.
Thank you, James.
the thing with this, like, I would say I'm a pretty reasonable fan, Tony. I'm average fan, I suppose. And I'm struggling to really kind of put this together big picture. And maybe you can help me talk me off a ledge here, but big picture, like, let's start with tonight. That was terrible. It was pathetic and it was unacceptable. And I get it. It was a scrimmage game and it didn't really matter. It mattered to the fans. It did. Big picture. The fans that show up, the 40,000 that were there, for sure, it mattered. And the people that carved out time in their day, it started kind of early. The people that had to shift their day to show up wherever they were going to watch the game and do that, it mattered to them. And I would say, but I get it, right? Like, okay, that it was a scrimmage game. We had a lot of players out, and it is what it is, and it puts a bow on this season. And when we lost the last time in the Music City Bowl, we had Hendon Hooker coming back. We had something to look forward to. And, like, really putting it together with this, we've got a defensive coordinator who's a splash hire, which was awesome. But literally everyone is saying it's going to take 2 to 3 years to put this together. We don't have any continuity with quarterback that we know of right now. And maybe you can correct me on this. I hope and pray you can. But it looks like there's absolutely not going to be any continuity with quarterback. And then as far as talent coming back, we've got a lot coming back on offense, but this is going to be a less talented team coming back next year. And then with the hardest schedule I've ever seen as a Tennessee fan, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm way off base there and I'm being dramatic after a loss, but I mean, this is I don't know. To me, it's a really, really tough season, harder than I've seen. And our only great big hope is that they haul an awesome portal class. And if this were Lane Kiffin, who had a track record of doing that, right, or somebody else that pulls a big portal class every year, I might believe that. But Heupel's never done that. And I will say I love Heupel. I'm so grateful for what he did for the program. I love him, and I want him to stay here forever. But we've just never seen him do that. And really, he's got to make it to 2027, right, to make it through the next season. Talk me off the ledge, Tone. Like, are we watching this going to play out where the writing's on the wall, this is over, he's not going to make it to 2027?
Well, look, that could happen. I don't think that's going to happen, but it could happen. Here's the thing I want to caution everybody of. You don't know what you're going to have next year till you get there. Just like if I would have told Ole Miss fans, hey, this guy that you're getting from Ferris State is going to lead you to the playoffs. People would have laughed at that. And so there will be surprises next year. There will be good and bad surprises on your roster. There will be good and bad surprises of people that you end up with one way or another. And we have to all kind of pump the brakes on tonight's game. I realize it's frustrating and this, that, and the other. But to your point, like, what did that really mean? I'm not sure. Like Matt said earlier, they're either going to develop their young classes that they put a lot of money in, or they're not. And if they don't have some guys currently on their roster that are going to be ball players next year, they're going to be 6-6 or 7-5, and people are going to be all over the staff. But let's see what they do in the portal, though, between now and then. Maybe they'll find a couple of answers. And maybe this Brandon kid shows us that he's a really, really nice player next year, which gives everybody some hope. There are two different types of, kind of rebuilding years when you look at a season like next year. There's one that gives you hope, And then there's one where you look at it and you go, man, we got to go find a new coach. This guy can't manage in this era. And that might happen. I don't have the answers. I don't know. Did I help you? Did I help you?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. It seems like a tall task, right? Like, and I don't see 6-6 as he making it, like, just big picture, right? Like, do you think he makes it through next season at 6-6?
I don't know. Again, what do the young guys do? What kind of pop? What kind of hope is there for the following year? Next year's the hardest schedule that I've been here. Well, going on 40 years, that's kind of a scary thought. I got here in 86. It's easily the hardest schedule I've ever seen. Like, easily. As in easily.
What is the word on the portal, like the war chest, right? Like, I've heard it started off where Tennessee has a massive war chest.
Yes.
And then they've started walking that back.
No, they have a massive war chest. But the issue is the quarterback position specifically. The quarterback deal got extremely expensive, and what you've got is now you've got Texas Tech doesn't care about anything because they got the oil money, so they're just going to set the market. Well, here comes LSU. LSU's crazier than hell. I mean, LSU, they spend crazy money on women's college basketball. They don't care. They spend crazy money on baseball. We've seen it with Tony Valls here, and them buying players from out from under him. So LSU, it looks like, is going to jump in there and get this kid from Cincinnati. At least that's a word tonight, or they're going to try to. And they're talking about spending right around either $5.5 to $6 million for this Sorsby guy. Now, let me ask you something. How in the world is anybody going to compete with that? You did have an accurate statement about Lane Kiffin. The thing about Lane Kiffin that I'm holding out hope for, though, is that he worries so much about his offense and neglects his defense. Now, last year they were pretty good defensively, but they didn't get to the playoffs. I'm talking about 2024. 2025, they've neglected their their defense, but they made the playoffs somehow. But I don't think they're a legitimate contender.
No, and I'm no like Lane Kiffin, whatever disciple. I just he's known for hauling portal classes.
Well, you know what Lane Kiffin's good at. It's kind of like Pruitt. He's good at identifying guys, and he can find talent. He's good at it. He's got a knack for it. He's going to win in this era, and Lane Kiffin's going to win big at LSU if they don't all kill each other first down there with him.
Yeah, did you see his newest the newest Tosh.0 on Lane Kiffin?
No.
By the way, that is hilarious. You should
not.
look up on YouTube Tosh.0's newest. He used to do a call-in show as playing as Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
When he was at Alabama, and now he's redone the episode as LSU's coach. It is hilarious.
Well, I'll look for that, and I appreciate you. And I'm not gonna sit here and blow up Lane one way or the other, but he's going to be very good in this era. He just is. And Sean, I just find it hard to believe that we sit here and talk about $6 million for 1 year of a college quarterback, and it's not a guy like Peyton Manning. It's a guy that's kind of an okay player at Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's a guy that's draft eligible, but the NFL doesn't want him.
Thank you. Like, if you want to tell me...
I don't think that... I think a big...
Go ahead, Sean.
I think a big thing that we're not talking about is you can spend money, but how much of that money is affecting the scoreboard?
That's
right.
right.
If you're going to pump money into good players, okay, that's fine. It's 1 year, it's 2 years. But we've got a roster. When you elect to go, and you're Tennessee, not Georgia or Ohio State.
Yep.
And those are the two outliers there. But when you're Tennessee and you're saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to invest a ton of money. And that was the reason given for us not going heavy in the portal last year, because we exhausted most of our funds on the signing class. And we did the same thing this year with Keys, Brandon, and some of these other kids. That's all well and good. But that tells me that 40%, I'm making this kind of number up, but 40% of your budget is going to players that aren't going to play or aren't going to play much or are going to play on special teams. And you're just hoping that 40% of your money is going to grow 1 year and then 2 years and then play again. Whereas other teams are taking that much, $4 million for Nico. I mean, we live and learn. But you see what I'm saying? We've got a lot of high earners outside of David Sanders. I mean, relative high earners that just aren't affecting the scoreboard, while other teams you are taking the money and they're going and find performers. Maybe not all Americans, but they're finding performers that move the ball forward for them.
And that's what Matt was talking about before. Like, you're in a spot right now where if next season these guys that you spent your money in these last couple classes aren't ready to play, you're kind of up the creek without a paddle. I mean, because you've got so many spots you've got to cover here. You'll cover a few, and I'm not here to panic tonight because, look, I think they're going to find some players. They're going to find some guys that are going to help you. And again, if that Peely kid, the thing I keep going back to is I would get veteran guys that have proven that they can play at a certain level. Those are the guys I would get, veteran football players. I would go after veteran players that have proven in other leagues that they can play. The Peely guy was an accomplished football player when he came here. If he didn't get hurt, he was going to have a great year here. He was. He was going to be an impact player here if he didn't get hurt. Those are the types of guys, if it's me, that I'm going after. That's why in a way, I don't understand what they're doing with these high school classes. It just looks like the game's changed. Now, if you want to cherry pick on those high school classes, that makes sense. Look, I'm not in it, so what do I know? But I just, looking at it, I'm looking at the teams that have kind of figured it out a little bit. And, man, if and you're going to change, you're going to turn your roster over, and sometimes it's going to work, sometimes it's going to not work. But we're kind of caught in between here. Like, we're in a little bit of no man's land. But then again,
we are, and I keep hearing people talk about Jim Knowles, being it taking 2 years. Look, there's no doubt in my mind Jim Knowles would take the talent on this defense and make them a much better defense. I'm not saying a great defense, but a much better one. This defense is poorly coached. They play with low IQ. I think Tim Banks asked them to do way too much, and they were playing on their heels because they weren't sure what they had to do. I mean, maybe it takes 2 years, but it's not. No matter what they do, it's going to be an upgrade next year on defense.
Yes, yeah, that's something we need to get across because I mean, yeah, it might be year 2 before you're like a top 25 or top 20 defense. But you can easily be a top 40 defense next year, easily.
Penn State was 35.
He could have made you a top 50 defense with this defense if they had been coached properly.
Penn State,
so you might not be, that top 20 defense, but you're going to be more than good enough to be able to win, be in 8, 9, 10 wins next year with what Knowles is going to have. I know, that learning curve thing. I think we've probably overblown that a little bit. You're going to be pretty competent next year defensively.
865-200-5402. And I'm open to the fact that he's going to help them as well identify players because, as I was saying today, they have gotten to the spot where they are he sat there and observed and took notes. That's what he's been doing. And he didn't get in Nashville with the team. And he's going to assemble his staff.
To be honest, you've actually evaluated portal players pretty well. You've gotten a lot of production from guys.
Agree.
I mean, some of the receivers that took till year 2, but I mean, you got Tremont McCoy, Colton Hood, and even Jalen McMurray is kind of like a fringe draft guy now.
Yes.
Like Peely.
Yes.
Some of the offensive linemen. Miles Kitselman was basically a throwaway.
Yes.
And he's, he wasn't good in the passing game this year, but he was really helpful in the running game. Like, you've done pretty well evaluating and getting guys. You just haven't quite gotten enough.
And that's my point.
Because you put, again, so much of it into the high school thing. But this is, you got to have that stuff pay off now.
And that's the point. Because, Matt, if I'm good at something, why don't I keep going back to that well? That's what I didn't understand about last offseason. I made the playoffs last year, okay? What in the world were they doing in the winter last year when those guys were available? You got the budget, go get some players.
Your quarterback was being shopped to everybody else in the portal too, and that was probably hard to attract somebody to come play that.
Back to the phones we
I think
go.
that's a big piece of this.
Yeah, they're never going to let that happen again, I'm sure, whoever the coach
Yeah,
is.
that was. I mean, that's what threw off this whole 2-year deal is the whole Nico thing.
That's a great
because that basically made this year kind of a throwaway.
Yeah, he killed
in that you weren't truly a playoff team.
He killed the easy schedule window for them. Let's get our next call in. Hello and welcome in. You're on our Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction presented by Marcos Garza, the Garza Law Firm. Hi.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, welcome in.
Hey, Tony. I'm almost like Harvey. Quote, unquote, I'm getting sick and tired of it. And, when we were over at your remote, Sean and I talked quite a bit that day. And, the thing that I notice, when we're down and, we're in a short yardage situation, and they close up on the lineman really close. You look at the development on the other guys' arms and look at the guys that we have. Just look at their arm development. Just not there.
Tiny.
Yep. It's just what it is.
Yep.
And we have a finesse coach.
Yep.
Who believes in a finesse game. They run the ball by getting people spread all over the field.
Mm-hmm.
Get the safeties out of hashes, trying to cover the guys that are spread to give the corners help where the guys are spread so wide, our receivers. But, I'm a firm believer in this, and I agree exactly with what you guys are saying. We're spending the money on the high school edge, on the high school end. So we have to develop those guys. And the first thing we got to do is we got to develop them physically. And we're not doing that. I don't see it. I see our guys getting pushed around.
Yes.
And then by the end of the game, really getting pushed around. And that's strength and conditioning. And, the strength and conditioning coach, from what I understand in modern football, spends more time, one-on-one time with these players than any other coach. They have them like during the spring, and I think they do drills and stuff in the summer, maybe some too. But these strength and conditioning guys are with them all the time. They live there. So if they're going to spend some money and go out and find the very best, I don't know if Tommy Moffitt's considered the best anymore. He's at A&M now. He was here for a while with Stuckey. Of course, Sean will remember that. Billy Barron, he's Billy Barron's brother-in-law. I don't know, but that's where I would spend my money because you have to change the whole mentality. They have to bring a physical mentality. But, it happens by having somebody there to enforce, hey, this is where we're going to play. And just turn that thing 180 from what it is right now. Because we have guys that are out. How many injuries do we have? Upper body injuries, torn pecs, torn biceps, messed up shoulders. I saw, Sanders out there tonight with his shoulder brace down. And his arms are, he's a true freshman. But the guy's already got shoulder problems. You can, already. I remember Kamal Haddon, they were playing Bama 2 or 3 years ago down at Bama. He goes over and tries to hit a guy with his shoulder. Misses his shoulder and he's gone for the year. That's strength and conditioning. And it's a mindset. And you have to change that. I don't know if he's going to do that or not. But the thing I would like to see tomorrow is to say, hey, Kurt Schmidt is gone. We're going to change the whole attitude here. We're going to change from being a finesse, try to get cute and get you out of position team to when we want to, we're going to ram it down your throat and make you like it. What do you guys think?
Cinco, you think Kurt Schmidt ends up in the portal? What do you think, buddy?
I have no loyalty to a strength and conditioning coach, but I think what Mariano's saying is exactly right. You got to make the decision of what you want to be and then go find the guy that can do it.
Yep.
I don't think that Kurt Schmidt is coming in there late for work saying, hey, guys, let's just knock out 4 or 5 reps. I know everyone else is doing that. Doesn't make sense to me.
In other words, he's turning out what they want him to turn out, basically, is what you believe.
You either coach it or you condone it.
Yeah.
That's right. Exactly right, Sean.
That's
and there's been a
weird
lot of
about this
condoning
year is you
and a lot.
fell
Well,
off
we got by. You know,
physicality.
Go ahead, Matt.
I was just like, you were a pretty physical team last year. I mean, you didn't have the explosive passing game. You won with, you were really good on the line of scrimmage. You led the league in rushing and rode that to the playoffs. Like, you were really kind of physical up front last year. And even those first couple of years, like, the defense wasn't very good talent-wise, but they kind of played with a little bit of an edge and kind of hit guys, like had delivered some big hits. And all that just kind of went away this year for some reason. It's really odd.
I just don't see the fundamentals, guys.
It might be
I see
bigger than
poor
the strength
angles.
and conditioning coach. I do think you could – that the caller's right. I mean, our guys are undersized and slow at way too many spots.
Yep.
Yep. And I just see the fundamentals, too, just coaching. If Turrentine ever took a correct angle in any game this year, I missed it. Tonight included. And Caleb Herring's another example. Great big frame guy, good pass rusher. He can't play the run better than I can. I mean, he stands straight up. He gets blocked. He gets shoved in inside when a team wants to block down. And then our linebackers are too slow. They can't scrape off and get out there, or the back's already down the field. And then the safety has to come and make the play, and he can't make the play.
To your point,
It's just over and over.
A true freshman that they inserted into that game tonight, because they're their tackle that's a first-round draft pick, going to be one of the high picks in the draft, opted out. I mean, he took Herring on and shoved him where he wanted to shove him.
I saw it.
He put him in the next week, man.
Yeah, he did. And I mean, and Herring's been over there for 3 years now? 4?
Yeah.
So I mean,
veteran player.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I'm saying. If you're going to go to the high school route, and that's what we're going to, they have to develop. And that doesn't only go with being as a player as far as skill-wise and all that. I'm talking about strength and conditioning and toughness.
Yep.
And just like somebody said earlier, Kirby's come out and says, hey, we're going to hit and we're going to take them. If they get hurt, they just get hurt. It's just football. We're going to do that.
But
until they change their mindset that we're going to be tough, that's what you're going to have. You're going to have that. As Jason Swain said, and I heard Sean mention earlier, we're soft.
Doesn't Kirby though
until
have
we get
an
that?
edge?
We're going to be known as the Sharman team.
Rihanna,
we're
they got
softest roll out there.
They got 3 of everything that we have 1 of, though. Doesn't he have an edge in terms of hitting?
I think there's a fine line that you do, though. You have to do more than what we're doing because the fundamentals are so horrible.
But you can't get your ones hurt, though, right? We agree on that?
Well, sure. I mean, you want to get everybody there, but when they're not strong enough, Tony, as soon as they get in the ball game, they get hurt. I mean, Ricky Gibson went. What did he play? Like 3 plays, and he's out for the season.
Yeah.
Against Syracuse, you have to have strength and conditioning and toughness. And I mean, I don't know how many. Kitzelman tore a bicep in the spring. Is that right? If I remember right.
Yeah, I think that's right.
It's some upper body stuff where they're not. And you see him. My friend talks about this all the time. He said, when we come out against Ohio State up there last year, we're bringing those things. We took our shirts off when we all look fat, and then they've got these aerobic stretchers. I mean, what are we doing? I mean, come on.
Well, we can talk about Ohio State and Alabama and those guys, or Texas. But look what Vanderbilt did to us. This is Vanderbilt. I mean, they were far more physical. They were far stronger. They were far more aggressive. They were way better coached. Obviously, they had a Heisman finalist as a quarterback. I'll give them that. But we weren't even playing the same game Vanderbilt was. I hate to say that, but we all know it's true. That was a spanking.
865-200-5402. Shout out to my man Josh Collins and my Collins Insurance Agency, who insure exactly what we're doing here. Our home, the Raymere Studio. Erie Insurance is incredible. Ask about the Rate Lock program here in 2026. They'll do an incredible job for you. Josh Collins and my Collins Insurance Agency, look, they're going to treat you with a lot of respect, treat you well. Josh and his crew truly love serving people, love serving their community, love serving their customers, and that's why I love Josh. He's just he's great people, and his team are awesome folks as well. The Collins Insurance Agency online, collinsinsuranceTN.com. Experience the Collins Insurance difference today with Josh Collins and my Collins Insurance Agency. And may I say a shout out to my friends at Calhoun's. You know, we've got a holiday weekend upon us, and it's time for you to perhaps host through the holiday here. Shout out to Calhoun's. They have through Jan 1, so still an opportunity for you to try their hot and ready smoked turkey, hot and ready smoked prime rib. The hot and ready can feed 5 or feed 10. The smoked prime rib will feed 5. It's a really, really incredible way to go. And remember, also, they've got party platters and can do all kinds of stuff for you in terms of catering. Or perhaps you can enjoy the Taste of Tennessee in person if you've got family in town, or maybe you're trying to get away from them. But Calhoun's is the Taste of Tennessee. We're just trying to air it out here, knowing that, and tomorrow on the blog over at tclub.team, we'll have some thoughts on the portal. My focus now becomes the portal. The story becomes Friday, the portal opens. What you hope you see is some urgency. X writes about this tomorrow. What will tell me that there's some urgency is if I see that Tennessee's walked some guys into the portal who come right out, who come here, visit, or they've already done business with them and they get commitments, and we start seeing some movement over the weekend. Because that's exactly what we're about to see. It's going to be crazy. Can't wait until people are in the portal to try and do business with them. That's not how this has to go. So hopefully, these guys all fall long have been preparing to meet the moment, because it's upon us. And we're going to track that. And try in an even-handed and a fair way with this caveat. Just because you walk somebody in the portal doesn't mean they're going to stay true to you, because there's a lot of that goes on. There's a lot of I'm committed to you, and then Lane Kiffin's going to offer me $6 million, and I'm Sorsby, and all of a sudden, you know, you don't look so good to me, Texas Tech. There's a lot of that. But we should see some movement. We should see some visits. We should see some energy and excitement. And it's going to feel like one of those, Sean, old school Januaries around here where we're really focused on recruiting. Except you're going to be signing people right on the spot that walk right in next year and hopefully have an impact. It's going to have a real old school feel to it the next 2.5 weeks. It's going to be really wild beginning on Friday when the portal opens. Let's go back to our phones.
Friday is the new Wednesday signing day.
Yep. Yes. And it's going to be off the hook. Off the hook. You can add more than just a fresh coat of paint this weekend. All these schools, if you do it right. My friends at Walker's Painting, when it's time for a fresh coat, run, don't walk to Walker's Painting, whether it's interior, exterior. They're making it beautiful all across East Tennessee since 1999, across the Knoxville area. New construction, repaints, commercial. They've got free estimates available to you. Commercial, residential. Tell Walker's Painting you heard about it from me. You'll get 10% off your first job. Let's go. I want to encourage you to run. Don't walk to Walker's Painting, 865-688-1410. That's 865-688-1410, Walker's Painting. Let's go back to our phones, and we'll get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You are on our Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi.
Hey, Tony. This is Matthew from Cleveland.
Hey, Matthew in Cleveland. Welcome in.
I want to talk about the ending of the game just for a second here.
Sure.
after we go ahead by 1, and of course they're driving down there, I think at about is a little over 2 minutes left. I just have the sneaking suspicion that we should have just let them score right there. We had 3 timeouts left. I know for the old school people, and I know we missed a field goal against Georgia. I know that. And I know in our championship run, Arkansas laid the football down. So I know it happens. So, and I know, people don't like just giving up. But I just can't go down in this game staring at that clock, Tony. I have to get that ball back with a chance to win this game. You have 4 downs. So it's not about only 3 downs. You got 4 downs to do it. We still can pretty much run the whole playbook. You've got every time out. I just think you have to. I don't know what the statistics say, but I just think you got a better chance getting the ball back and taking your chances.
I think you're right. There was 0 chance your defense was going to keep them from scoring.
They should have surprised onside kick. I keep coming back to that. They could have put the game away.
You know what the success rate on onside kicks is, Brian? You think this team's going to execute an onside kick correctly?
Hey, Matt.
Probably better than they could come up with a stop defensively.
Hey,
better.
Matt, in the pro game, and we see this in college too, every once in a while you let somebody score. Was that a spot to do it? Is his question.
Yes. Once they picked up the 4th, and after the review, they picked up that 4th down, you needed to let them score.
Yes.
The question I would have is, and I think Illinois is a pretty well-coached and smart team, especially the quarterback. I'm not sure they would have taken the bait and scored. I think they probably would have made you use your timeouts, which, granted, it's kind of what happened. But no, I think you needed, once they got the, inside your 15, you needed to let them score. But I'm just not sure they would have done that. I think Illinois is a smart enough team that they would have, because it was basically an extra point, and their kicker's really good, so it was automatic.
We talk about the best field goal, but I'll tell you the critical play was jumping off sides, because you have them 3rd and 6.
Oh, no question.
If you get that stop, and I know it's a big if, but I kind of had a feeling they were going to get that stop, because I think at that point Bielema was playing for the field goal.
They had already stopped
them.
them.
Now it becomes 3rd and 1.
Yeah,
it's ball game.
They had already stopped them twice and forced them to kick field goals. So why wasn't that a possibility there? But to our caller's point, to me, I almost lay down and make them lay down, or pick their backup and just carry him into the end zone like Andre the Giant back in the day. Pick the running back up and just carry him in and throw him over the like you're throwing him over the top ropes.
Once it got down under 2 minutes, I think they would have held back. But right there at about the 2:05 to 2:10 mark, I think they probably weren't as cognizant of it as that point, and I think they probably would have taken the points. But of course, you never know. We're beating a dead horse now, I guess, but that's what these call-in shows are about.
Well, it's a great thing you bring up, because it's kind of the game inside the game, and it's the way that the game is being played in an analytical sense. Because you're right, the old school people say you never let somebody score because you never know, you don't assume. But the new school guys are like, no, you do assume, and I want the ball back. I'm going to bet on my offense here over betting on my defense. I want the freaking ball back. And you're right, man. You're right.
That leads me to my second point about analytics and stuff and the transfer portal.
Yep.
We've heard so many opinions on this transfer portal. The truth is, nobody knows, Tony. Nobody knows really what they're doing in this transfer portal. Everybody's trying to do the best they can.
Yep.
We're still in the nascent stages of this. Eventually, there's going to be a Moneyball type formula, and you're going to run it through a simulator or something, and they're going to try to tell you. Maybe it comes out kind of like what you're hinting at, that freshmen, you go after 3 stars that you think have potential, maybe, that are raw and have potential. That's the high schoolers you go after. that you don't. We have spent so much money, and we've been making this point all night, on players that's been on the bench, players that have sent their freshman year and are leaving for more money. And, of course, the higher rated they are, the increased chances they are of leaving later. I say, as bad as I hate to say it, maybe you go after the 3 stars that have high potential and then just spend the majority of your own budget on proven players. But who knows? It's all conjecture at this point. Nobody really knows, it's all going to be hindsight.
It's wild, though, to think about how Vanderbilt and Indiana have shown you. And Keenan Peely showed me this. When I get guys that are men and I walk them onto my field, I know they can play. I don't care what league you played in. When you're 21 or 22 and you're physically developed, I will take that bet versus an 18-year-old kid who has potential. I'm sorry. I will take that. Even though the ceiling on my guy, Keenan Peely, the ceiling, maybe he's not going to be a first-round pick in some draft. I don't need a first-round pick in a draft. I need a guy that can play next year and help me. And I don't understand our approach. I didn't understand it last year when I said, why wouldn't you take the opportunity with the easy schedule and go make the playoffs 2 years in a row? And I didn't understand it then. I don't understand it now. Now we're caught because now you've got 2 quarterbacks, and I'm just going to say what it is. They're frustrated that the McIntyre kid has not been able to put on weight. He hasn't been able to put on weight. People want to shoot at me when I say that. Look, I'm not making it up. I'm telling you what I'm hearing. They're frustrated about it. They're frustrated by it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be even thinking about fooling around with another quarterback. And then I said a couple weeks ago that when they first started this process of, hey, now that we're here and this is the market and these are the guys that are going in, they got sticker shock. But they're not alone. The Sorsby guy, the concept of paying him $6 million is idiotic. The guy at Arizona State, when you read up on him, is injured. There's no guarantees he's going to be full-throatedly back. Nobody talks about that. Now, he led a team to the playoff 2 years ago, but the more you look under his hood, the more you realize, hey, we've got to rebuild this guy's engine. This guy's hurt. This guy just had surgery. And so it might be that you count on your, like you're saying, your Moneyball people inside your organization, and you find somebody that can play but doesn't break your bank. That Chambliss guy, I bet Ole Miss paid that Chambliss guy a couple $100,000 to go there. I bet that's what they paid.
Yeah. Okay, y'all have a good night, and let's go get some players come Friday.
Thank you, brother. You know what I mean, guys? Ole Miss spent all that money on the other guy, and when he got hurt, they blew past him like he wasn't even there.
Yeah, I think Chambliss was like a late summer ad.
Isn't that crazy, Matt?
Like he was kind of a throw. Like he went there to be the backup, and they got Hendon Hooker lucky.
Yeah, that Hendon Hooker lucky. And some would say, well, if that's the case, then Tennessee could have had him, sure, and so could Alabama have had him, LSU could have had him, Florida could have had him, Florida State could have had him, and luck is a part of this whole thing. Like I was saying earlier, I got to be very careful for my position not to judge what happens over the weekend and go, well, they didn't have a plan. Because if you come up empty, you might have tried like hell and you just came up empty. That could happen. Right, Sean? I mean, that could happen in the recruiting game. Doesn't mean
definitely could. And you see it right now with the teams. Look, I'm not going to complain or give comment about how much money is spent because I don't give any money. I mean, I pay for tickets and going to the games and stuff, but I don't have that kind of jack to affect a recruiting budget. So that's not a thing for me. What is a thing for me is if you're spending it wisely. And the only teams, you take a look at Missouri took a big drop we took a big drop. Michigan took a drop. I mean, I know they had scandals, but the only teams that are really, really staying up there, it looks like, I can't. 2 years is not enough sample for me for Indiana, but the teams that are the ones that are very aggressive in the portal. And you take a look at Georgia, what they're recruiting. You take a look at Ohio State 2 years ago goes and gets Caleb Downs from Alabama. On and on and on. They retain Carnell Lake as their second receiver for $1 million+. So I don't know what the answer is. But what I do know is it doesn't cost $30 million to learn how to tackle. It doesn't cost $30 million to learn how to, to bulk up and be tough. These are things that I hate to harp on it. It sounds like I'm negative on them. I'm not. Like the other caller says, I like Josh Heupel. I want him to succeed, immensely here. But he's really going to have to change, or I think he's just going to get swallowed up and just be another former Big 12 throw it around coach that just used to be kind of cool.
Yep. 865-200-5402. My hope is that they've got a plan and they have an organization, because you're not hearing or seeing any names from anybody. Now, these agents are talking, and I want to caution you, a lot of what you're reading nationally or you see when they start ranking, agents are out there affecting this stuff because they want to move guys to certain places. That Calandra guy's agent at UNLV is selling Tennessee. That's a thing. And then he leaks. Hey, the Vols are involved with this guy. Because then if I can get people to buy that, then maybe I can get somebody else, a Missouri or whomever. Missouri has a young kid, but whomever. I'm just throwing a name out there. Get somebody else, and I get my client some action. But the way this is going to work and the way you'll know is if you see guys next couple days going under do not disturb deals like they do in basketball, and then the Vols pull them out of there. And you go, hey, that's pretty badass. We're in the game. Because that's what goes on. That's what goes. Rick Barnes does. Rick Barnes and that staff, that's what they do. That McNeely guy last year went into the portal to come to Tennessee. Now, you can believe that or don't believe it, but that is what happened. And then they didn't have his major. Dalton Connect went in the portal. The Lanier kid went into the portal to come to Tennessee. That's exactly what happened with him. So we'll go back to the phones. 865-200-5402. Shout out to my friends at Dos Equis, who I shouted out earlier. Two call-in shows in one. We went for Dos tonight. We mentioned that the Tennessee basketball team were victorious tonight, 105-54. One of the things you want to do in these games here, it's one of the third worst teams in America. There's quite a development here as we go for Dos with Dos Equis. Jacoby Gillespie leads the Vols in scoring. That's going to happen most nights. Nate Ament had 16 tonight. That's a good sign. The great sign is Amari Evans played really well tonight, and Tennessee absolutely needs that going forward. They start their road journey. They've got a difficult road to hoe, if you will, starting with Arkansas, who some think is the best team in the league. Saturday we'll be on after the game with Garza Law, Tennessee basketball overtime. Those of you that didn't know, we're here after every basketball game, even tonight's game. Here we are. But J.P. Estrella had 12 tonight. Jalen Carey had 13. And the team they were playing, how do I put this to you? They were 1-13, and they looked worse than that. So 105-54. It was a pretty tough watch. I felt badly looking up at the screen, but we just went for Dos here, presented by our friends at Dos Equis, and you can do the same thing. Dos Equis Lager Especial, there are several in the line. They've got one for you. They've got one for your taste. Cervezas Mexicanas. 2025 White Plains, New York. A great choice. Dos Equis. Go for Dos. Let's go back to the phones, and we get our next call in. It's Garza Law. Fifth quarter fan reaction. We're getting ready to turn from Tuesday into Wednesday, and Wednesday at 11 a.m. We'll be back at it, bright-eyed and bushy-tail, getting ready to ring in the holiday. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
What's up, Tony?
Hey, you're on the air.
Thanks, man. Are we talking about the game tonight, or are we talking about Portal? What's the protocol?
Whatever you want to do, man.
The game. We went to halftime with 3 timeouts, which that was a good thing, I guess. We let Bielema use 2 full minutes of clock after 3 plays on their last drive of the first half to kick a field goal with 19 seconds left. Whenever if we used all 3, we could have had the ball back north of the 2-minute warning, 2-minute timeout, whatever they call it.
What do you think that was about? When we knew we were getting the ball to start the second half, that made 0 sense. What do you think that was about?
I have no excuse for it, man. And I still think Heupel can be okay, but my gosh, if you use one of them, just one, it's after the second down play where it ends up third at midfield,
right,
and they get the first down with the pass. If you would have used the timeout there, you at least get the ball back with over a minute left with 2 timeouts. But you had 2 plays before that where you could have used them also on that last drive. Bielema worked Josh when it came to the clock tonight. We had 7 offensive possessions, 3 in the first half. We didn't play offense the last 11 minutes of the ball game.
That's pretty damn crazy, guys. Hey, Matt, what do you think that was about, what Rusty brings up? Because we had mentioned it earlier. You go into halftime with 3 timeouts in your pocket, and there's so little time left after they bled the clock, which is what they wanted to do, and settled for a field goal.
It probably had to do once you got out of your scripted plays, you couldn't throw the ball. Aguilar wasn't seeing the field well. You weren't blocking, protecting him well, giving him time to throw. Illinois was taking away the deep stuff, so you couldn't hit chunk plays. And we all know you're not going to make a field goal if you get, so it would have been a touchdown or bust. I mean, I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking in the moment.
It's true.
You're not going to go 75 yards because Illinois is not letting you, and you don't want to trot Max Gilbert out there to, duck hook a second field goal.
True. Hey, we were averaging 6.5 yards per carry with the running backs in the first half. We were running the ball quite well. And at one point in the third quarter, we got the yards per carry up to 9 yards per carry with the running back. I mean, we were running the ball, but we were determined to drop back Joey way too much. Sack fumble on a 1st and 10.
Yeah.
When Starr and Bishop are getting 5 yards minimum every time we send it to them.
Our line was getting concaved in, and they continued to do it, which made
kept
0 sense, man.
You got Lance Hurd stepping on the guard's foot and blowing his ACL almost. But no, okay, so let's get to the kickoff return for a touchdown, and Bronny brought it up, and I think a caller. You definitely should have tried an onside kick right there. Worst case scenario, you give them the ball on hour 45, and they can't run the clock out on you because there's less first downs to gain. They don't get to kick a field goal, even if they recover the onside kick, which they probably do. But you have a better chance that way because our defense isn't going to stop them if we kick it deep. We all knew that. They can't run the clock out on you.
That's a great point, Matt. You know that if you decide to use an onside kick there, they don't have the field to burn the clock. That's a pretty damn good point right there, Rusty.
It's fair. No,
yeah.
It's very fair. So
this guy is not going to do.
I don't think it's a big difference in whether you hold them to a field goal or they score a touchdown, because we all know if you trot Max Gilbert out there with 10 seconds left, you're not making the kick. So Tennessee was going to have to score a touchdown regardless.
Well, I think Rusty brings up a bigger point.
45, Matt.
Go ahead.
And they scored the touchdown. They scored the touchdown with like 2 minutes to go, and you're down 6. Or they might go for 2 and you're down 5 or you're down 7, but you still have a chance with 2 minutes to go score a touchdown.
You control the game. Go ahead, Sean. What were you going to say?
I think Rusty brings up a bigger point in the fact that because he's essentially a play caller, I really question, and we've seen it over the years, game management, strategy management. You take a look at the Georgia game. Of course, we missed the field goal, but there was an opportunity in that game to put our foot on their throat, and he went 3 and out on 3 running plays. Since he's been here, he's just absolutely mangled the end of halves and end of games with letting clock run off, not knowing a couple weeks ago, not knowing a particular rule, or being confused about it and arguing about it. There's an overarching theme here in his tenure about, big things, maybe doing an onside kick here and there. But I just don't know that the brain trust around him, says something to him. I think he is constantly caught up in what is the next great play I'm going to call.
No, I think you're right, Sean. I think when we're on offense, the clock management gets lost because he's thinking about the next play. But there's no excuse when we're on defense to not use the timeouts at the end of that first half. That's a huge flaw that he has to examine. He used the timeouts on the last drive of the ball game, trying to get the ball back, and of course we jump off sides. But at least he used them. Anyway, guys, thank you guys for what you're doing.
Thanks, babe.
Hope everybody has a great, happy New Year and be safe out there.
You too, man. Welcome back, Cotter. Thank you, brother. 865-200-5402. He just moved back to Tennessee. So one of you asked, and I asked my agent friend where Tennessee is compared to Alabama and Georgia. Was somebody wondering that? You Matt, one of you all said that like an hour ago. Basically, Tennessee's about $5 million behind Georgia, and they've got a comparable NIL to Alabama right now. That's where the Vols are. But they're 10 to 12 million behind Texas, the Texas schools, and they're 10 to 12 million behind Ohio State.
And probably LSU will be ahead of them going forward right now too.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. Like when you're the thing Tennessee had when they jumped out first was we hadn't won in forever, like 0 success. And so the billionaires were extremely hot for it, so to speak. And, the thing about this deal here is you're going to see some fan bases are going to get put off with their coaches and they'll quit spending. Now, Sean will tell you back in the day, boosters would quit. That's one of the ways you would run a coach off. You just turn the spigot off. That's going to happen in NIL too. That's going to be a thing.
It's happening at Florida State right now. They went portal heavy and didn't get the right guys, and now nobody's willing to pay Norvell's buyout, and they're going into literally a dead year.
There you go.
Like that guy's been a dead man walking for a year and a half.
It's interesting about the Alabama NIL being comparable to ours because they've been blowing our doors off in high school recruiting over the past 5 to 10 years. We'll just call it 5 years.
Yeah.
When the NIL was big, it's really gained steam.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had a couple of headliners, but there is no comparison between their average class and our average class over the past 5 years. So, I don't. What does that mean? Does that mean that they're are we overpaying for lesser average talent? Maybe. I mean, we'd heard there there was an offensive lineman who played a little this year, but was making an extraordinary amount of money.
That's right.
And both, Tony and I, we raised our head like, what? This guy's never played.
Yep.
Ellerby hasn't, developed his own guy. Now that's been dispelled now because he has. But again, how are we allocated? How do you get in a point where your high school class totally chokes off your ability to go into the portal? And you said wide receivers, and they had a nice year this year, but they went out and got a defensive tackle from South Dakota State, maybe that didn't even play this year.
Did not play.
He looked like a tight end.
But to Matt's point, they've been pretty damn good in the portal. Hey,
they
this,
have.
This
they
call,
have it. And the only guy that's left is Jacoby Thomas, and I still don't fault it. The only thing and this is not my idea. Brent Hubbs mentioned this, and I agree with him. Is that the mistake with the Jacoby Thomas guy was not playing him enough to have enough data points to see if he was worth what they wanted.
Yeah, who's now tomorrow night going to be a key. If Miami's able to get home, he's going to be a key component of that tomorrow because he's had a nice year.
Didn't we trade Jacoby Thomas basically for Colton Hood? Isn't that how that worked out? And I mean, Colton Hood's a much better player.
Well, they play a different position.
You brought up something, Sean, that I've heard some recruiting people, because I don't follow it, but people that I listen to have said that there are certain schools, and Tennessee's one of them, that they have to overpay for high-end guys because they don't have the proven track record. Whereas, like apparently a lot of recruits, like there was like a Saban discount when they went to Alabama, and like Georgia's kind of got it, but like Tennessee, Auburn, some of these schools that are kind of like teetering like where we are, they have to overpay for those high-end guys to kind of answer your question. I've heard that mentioned, and I think it's kind of weird, but I've heard recruiting people say that.
That makes sense.
Well, that's what Texas Tech is doing. I mean, because the trade-off is, I mean, if we're honest, if you were signing with Alabama, there's a chance that you were going to play for a national championship
and be in the NFL.
Correct. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Back to the phones we go.
Our biggest flaw in this is we really, really needed to hit on Nico because he was the 5-star shiny object quarterback, and it blew up in our face, and that really, really sucks.
Yeah, and not last thing for me, but one thing is how I never in my wildest dreams thought that Eckler leaving would have such an impact. You know, I remember farting a skillet. I remember this or that. But his special teams were top notch, and his Leos played well. Now I know James Pierce was a first rounder, so that's I don't know if we have other first rounders, but special teams overall I think has been just totally silent, impotent, if you will. And then the Leo position, I mean, I don't think I'm breaking any news here, but the talk over there is. In the football program is that most people think it was a big mistake elevating Coach Chop.
Yeah, as in terms of his coaching ability, the way I put it is, we were talking about it a couple weeks ago on the show. He's a really gregarious guy who's an excellent recruiter. Unfortunately, Coach Chop, he couldn't cut it, so to speak. But let's go back to the phones, and he won't be here next year. Let's go back to the phones and get our next call in. Hi, welcome. You're on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi.
What's up, Tony and the boys? This is Judd.
Hey, Juddy, welcome in.
Hey, quick question since I'm not really a football guy.
Yep, we're mixing our metaphors tonight, though.
But with the NIL stuff, since Heupel's a ex-QB, and the QBs get all the pub, and they cost all the money, the most money. You guys would know better than me. It seems to me, since the last couple of seasons, people have been playing too high deep safety, and they're really struggling. We've had, let's say, players at Tennessee's level that they get, they're either good, great, or elite. And obviously the elite players are few and far between. But there's great players every year. They're just not elite players every year. For example, and I'm not talking about like NFL, like Vince Young was an elite college quarterback, even though he stunk in the NFL. Tim Tebow was an elite college quarterback, even though he stunk in the NFL. But Peyton Manning was elite quarterback. But what if Tennessee, I'm just brainstorming here, if they spent their money on an elite or great running back, seems to me a great running back would be a whole lot cheaper than a great quarterback.
No question.
For example.
No, you're right.
For example, put on this team, in my opinion, T. Martin was a good quarterback. I don't consider him great. I think Al Wilson led that team to a championship, not T. Martin. I think T. Martin was good. Put T. Martin and Jamal Lewis, who I consider Jamal Lewis elite. Put him on this team. You can't play two high deep safeties if you have Jamal Lewis at running back. You can't do it. And T. Martin threw a good deep ball. And it seems to me that would be the better way to spend money than trying to blow a bunch of money on, like the quarterbacks this year. None of them are elite. None of them. And these people want to spend $4 or $5 million on these quarterbacks. Is a waste of money, in my opinion. But
I think the counter to that, I'm not saying I would debate you, but I think the counter to that argument would be that, except for this year, most times Heupel has led the SEC in rushing with okay running backs.
But his point,
not the 5 stars.
Yeah.
And so what are you gonna lead the conference by 5 more yards per game, 10 more yards per game when you're already leading? I don't know. I mean, they're getting extremely good production from lightly recruited running backs. And in fact, the irony is the better, higher running backs that they've recruited, being Peyton Lewis and Cam Selden, have been complete busts here.
Well, you could tell the first couple of games in, Peyton Lewis, he might be a track star.
You're right.
He was not a football player.
No, that's right. That's exactly right.
But I mean, my old Carnes Beaver got 1,000 yards on the season, and he's good.
Yeah, he's
he's
nice
nowhere
player.
near great. He's good.
Very good.
Nice
good.
player.
Very
yes,
good.
sir.
Jamal Lewis is getting 2,000 yards this season
Yes.
with the scheme that Heupel plays.
Yep.
And Joey Aguilar keeps his streak alive. He probably has a streak of 300 yards every game this season because the deep ball opens, because if Tennessee has a great to elite running back instead of that's kind of my point. You can put any good running back in Heupel's system, and he's going to get 1,000 yards. Any good one.
Yes.
Give that guy a great running back, or if he's available, an elite. Because to me, an elite running back might cost the same money as a good quarterback. I don't know. I don't know what they're spending.
Hey, Matt, that's what Richard in Murfreesboro was advocating, and it made me think a couple weeks ago on our daily show. It's not a bad thought, Matt. I would love to see one of those guys in this offense just to see it. And maybe Sean's right. Maybe it means 10 more yards,
Well,
or maybe
I would take that kid from North Texas.
Well, maybe like Judd was saying,
You don't need the ball, kid.
Maybe it means you can't. At that point, maybe it would mean that you can't play that high safety look, because I'll just run it up and down the field on you, and my guy will run for 300 yards. That might be what it means.
No, it's an interesting debate. Because I totally see both sides of it. If you have the elite running back, it opens up the passing game. But again, I think you've got a lot of value in the production you get out of your running backs that you're not really spending a ton of money on.
Yes.
Right now. So like you can go either way. I totally see Judd's point, and I agree with it some. It's just the way football is now. The running game, throwing the ball in explosive plays are what wins. I mean, Alabama can't run the ball at all, and they're playing in the Rose Bowl. Georgia hadn't had a great running game for a couple of years, and yet they still, win. Like it's a weird dynamic. I can totally see both sides of it. I think you can win both ways. It's just you got to commit to whichever one you're doing. So I do think it'd be cool to have that like the Canadian kid down at Baylor. That'd be kind of cool if you could get him at some kind of discount and see how electric he could be. That'd be fun.
Judd, maybe we get out there and serenade him.
Jamal Lewis is out there.
No. But Judd's right. The running back has been so devalued in the modern game.
I think Ole Miss missed the playoffs last year because they didn't pay
That's
Quinton
exactly
Junkins.
right.
Like I think that's what cost them the playoffs last year.
That's exactly right. What a great point.
Well,
yeah, but
last year,
Alabama,
Dylan Sampson won the Player of the Year because teams were playing that high safety look.
Yeah, and he's an okay player. Yeah.
He's an okay player.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like Alabama's in the playoffs, not because they have a running game. I'm saying if you spend your money, if you save money by not trying to sign the best quarterback you can sign and blowing money because you're competing with everybody, that's an extra couple of $1 million. You have an extra offensive lineman, an extra defensive lineman. Those guys have the best trenches. That's why they're in the playoffs. And they surround them. But anyway, on the way out, the other thing I was going to mention, since 2000, the last 25 years, what coach has won a national championship that called his own plays, defense or offense?
Say that again?
Because I can't. In the last 25 years, which college head coach won a national championship and he calls his own plays, whether it's offense or defense? Because I couldn't think of one. But like I said, I'm not a football guy, so there might be one or two, but I don't know if any. Saban didn't.
Chip Kelly did. Chip Kelly did at Oregon. No, they didn't win it. They didn't win it, did they? He played for it, though, but he didn't win it.
Jimbo Fisher at Florida State in 2013 did.
Boy, that's a good one.
But, like, Sarkisian's kind of the same way with Heupel. I mean, he calls his own plays.
Yeah.
And I think you can argue, and, you know.
He's very successful. Now, granted, he's got a huge payroll.
But they're still in a minority.
I think those guys are more likely to produce Heisman Trophy winners than they are national championships. I think it's a great point.
No, it's a great point. Yes.
And I think that goes back to why I agree with Matt. This lay-down lineman is stupidity. Like, it drives me nuts. But if you watch Signetti, that dude chews on officials like nothing I've ever seen before. He goes bonkers.
His intensity level, I'd like to bottle that. I'd like to have that guy's energy. He's 6 years older than me. I'd like to have his damn energy right now. I'll tell you that. Gee.
Yeah, me too. But, you know, and that could be another aspect of why Heupel doesn't get any calls. He doesn't work. He don't even know what the call is going on because all he's thinking about is offensive play calls.
Well, Sean was right to point out earlier in the year there was a thing going on where he didn't know the rule. And I'm sitting over there watching him, and I'm going, surely he's not. And that's exactly what he was arguing about. I'm going, you're a head coach, man. You got to know the rules. So,
well, boys, thanks for letting me on. It's been fun, and we'll catch up starting this weekend with hoops. And
what do you think in an 18-game season, Refaletics, Judd?
I'm thinking a couple of games above 500.
Well, Refaletics
and SEC play. Like I told you preseason, when everybody before Ament committed. In my world, give me two 23-year-olds instead of one Nate Ament. Even though he's a fantastic kid, I think he's got a bright future. You simply cannot replicate a 23-year-old man with an 18-year-old kid. You can't do it.
It's kind of like our conversation, and thank you. It's a different sport, but it's what Vandy taught us this year in football. Give me a bunch of 21, 22-year-old guys running around. And you got some guys on your team that aren't even shaving. Come on now. By the way, and we'll talk about this tomorrow on the air, but I'm going to get this out because my agent guys, I just asked him who he thought Tennessee would end up with, and this is what I got back. And by the way, he doesn't represent any of these quarterbacks. It's just kind of what he hears and whom. So he's not spinning me, I think is what I'm trying to tell you. But I'm going to read this to you. LSU, this is his belief, is either going to end up getting Sorsby or Levitt. They are willing, he's saying, to pay $6 million. Now, this Lane Kiffin guy, you say what you want to say, Sean, but he has a way of putting people under his spell. He got Ole Miss to spend way more money than we ever thought they would. Yes, Sean? Would we agree on that? Way more money.
I think another thing you got to say is he develops quarterbacks.
And he develops quarterbacks. So, the belief is that they're either going to get Sorsby or Levitt. They're willing to spend $6 million. Levitt, who, again, has a bad wheel. I'm telling you, this guy, well, he doesn't have a bad, he's injured. Now, and we don't know what the recovery is going to be. They think it's going to be, he'll be great, but who in the hell knows when you get hurt like that? Who knows if you get hurt again? Levitt, go back here. Levitt is going to go to Oregon if Moore goes to the draft, which would leave Sorsby to LSU. He does right, though. The chips could fall correctly where the Vols could end up landing Levitt, but they will need Oregon and LSU to be full. In other words, if one of those teams decides, hey, we're not going to sit around and wait on you in Oregon, and we got to grab somebody Friday or Saturday, which could happen. Cinco, you know, as there's a lot of guys that make coaches that will make calls to kids and their agents and say, hey, look, you've got this offer right now, but if you don't bite, we're not playing. This offer's not going to stand here for forever for you. We're not going to wait for you. We are Oregon. We are LSU. We are whomever. So you could see something like that materialize. And then I was asking about the running back thing while Judd brought that up, and he said, look, the way the sport is constructed right now, talking about college ball, and it's funny because he talks about what Matt discussed, and he's obviously not listening to the show, but he's a nut, and he's not in our time zone. So
well, why the hell is he not listening to the show if he's up texting you?
Running back, because I text him, running back is a luxury position, he said. It's kind of why Texas can afford to pay Ball from Florida all that money, and A&M was able to pay Le'Veon Moss all that money that they paid. And it's why Ohio State was able to pry Judkins away, and Ole Miss couldn't. Those teams were already ready-made, and only the teams paying running backs are the teams that see it as a luxury item. It's kind of an interesting thought. Hey, I've got a ready-made team. I need a final piece. It seemed like, to me, overkill when they bought Judkins. Matt, is that what you thought?
No, it gave them two legitimate NFL running backs that they could, manage the workload over what was going to be a 15 or 16 game schedule.
Yeah, and Henderson got hot in the playoffs.
Yeah, it is a luxury, but Ohio State's kind of right there with Georgia.
That's right.
They're at the very, very top of the sport.
That's right.
They have all the luxuries right now.
That's right.
They're playing a different game than everybody else, but.
And looking back on it, yeah,
you need the two backs because that's what this is now. Indiana might have to win. Was it 16 games? Like that's crazy.
16 games.
You got to have depth, and in a sport where you don't have depth anymore.
One other thing,
we should be an attractive team. You potentially have your whole starting line coming back.
Yeah,
you have two budding wide receivers. I still think Mike Matthews has got something squirrely in him, but we'll see. You got 1,000-yard running back coming back, and you got a burgeoning, superstar in Ethan Davis, which I don't understand where he or Kitzelman were today. I mean, except for a little blocking from Kitzelman, I didn't see anything from those two.
No, did Ethan Davis opt out? Did he get a target? I mean, I'm not kidding. Did he get a target tonight?
He played. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, they were out there a lot. They probably had to keep him in the block because their offensive line couldn't do it. They had to use him as an extra
That's such a
blocker.
great point, Matt. That's such a great point.
We should give Kitzelman props for playing in that game.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I know in these bowl games that we consider meaningless and there's opt-outs, like Kitzelman had every reason not to play, and the guy clearly is, maybe like 60%, but he went out there and played, and I saw Jalen McMurray kind of got emotional post-game. I kind of like stuff like that.
I love that.
So it's good to see that the soul of college football is still there, even though the TV people will try to kill it.
Well, you know what, Matt? I thought tonight, and that was one of the things I said 3 hours ago, is I love that both those teams respected the spirit of the game tonight. Both those teams played hard and wanted to win, and we just don't have enough players defensively to make that happen. But the one final thought he leaves me with on the quarterback thing is if the dominoes fall, Texas Tech at the end of the thing could buy the Mestamaker guy right out from under Oklahoma State if LSU ends up taking Sorsby. So the Mestamaker guy is probably going to slow play the thing and wait to see what happens. Or maybe he keeps his word and goes right to Oklahoma State. It's going to be really interesting.
Ewad's in the room. Can we get Ewad to talk about Sorsby and his kind of scout on him being a Cincy guy?
Eric Waddell, I had no idea you were here.
If you saw the text, Ewad's been here for like 30 minutes.
I'm sorry, Eric. Eric Waddell, welcome in.
It would be nice because, Sorsby's a Cincy guy, and Ewad, I really value his take on Sorsby and how good he could be.
Hey, Eric, as Eric Waddell's here, and a little background on Eric. Eric grew up in Cincinnati. His grandfather played there. His father, he grew up going to Nippert Stadium as a kid. And Eric, before I was doing the talk show duties, I would take my son Anthony up, and we would go make a trip a year, and Eric would host us and take us around, and really valued memories for me and Anthony. And Eric, it's great that we get to do this on here, but I welcome you in tonight on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. And this piece will be presented by our friends at Performance Medicine, online at performancemedicine.net. Take control of your wellness. Personalized health solutions that fit your life at Performance Medicine. Are you feeling drained of energy? Do you struggle with weight goals? Do you dream of having radiant skin? Any of these questions, listen, don't stay sick. Get well with Performance Medicine. Take control of your wellness. Personalized health solutions that fit your life. Performance Medicine, online at performancemedicine.net, and also check out their YouTube channel. So, Eric, you probably have heard us talking about the fact, and we just mentioned it a moment ago, that the guy that was quarterback the Bearcats who jumped into the portal as soon as it was over, apparently, allegedly, is going to command around $6 million, so the market says. Help me wrap my brain around that. And by the way, that is the Vols. If the Vols had one choice, it would be him. He did give Tennessee fans hope in the offseason when he said at the Big 12 media days that the one stadium he didn't play in that he would really love to play in is Neyland Stadium. Now, if he ended up going to LSU, ironically enough, his wish would be fulfilled in a perverse way. Not in the way we want, but in a perverse way. So, Eric, what about it? Because I can't wrap my brain around that guy being that in demand.
Well, I guess the way I look at it is he's kind of at the top of the available guys, and so that drives his value up. Like next year, he might not be wouldn't maybe be a $6 million guy in the portal because of who else might be available. So in no way am I being negative about him. The kid is more than anything, I think he's a natural leader. It's amazing how, quite frankly, a mediocre Cincinnati team wrapped itself around him, and how he was actually involved very much in the recruiting in the off season of guys to come to play at Cincinnati. And, I know that it doesn't look like for a lot of fans, a 7-win team is that amazing. But if you'd seen them the last couple of years, it was a hell of an improvement. And the games that they lost were to teams that there weren't any bad losses, is I guess what I'm trying to say. The teams that they lost to all had better records than they did overall. So it wasn't like, he had an opportunity, he pissed around on it. It just, they got beat by better football teams. He is a fairly accurate passer. He's not like a Peyton Manning pinpoint passer. He's not that guy. But he's an accurate thrower. He can throw the ball downfield. Every once in a while, though, he's got a little Brett Favre-ish in him. And when I say that, he tries to push a little too hard in the situation. So that's something that he's got to work on, is some situational of when to go for it, when not to go for it. But most of my review of him is really positive. It's him leaving Cincinnati hurts them severely, not just a little. That might be a coach firing thing that ends up happening because he leaves. So that's he would be a great addition for anybody.
Would he fit here, Eric, in this offense? Because he's the guy they really want. He is the number one 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 choice. That's the guy they really, really want. In a perfect world,
Sure.
that's the guy they would get. Would he fit this offense, Eric?
Oh yeah, no, he can, because he has the running and passing ability. I haven't seen many college quarterbacks that can run the way he can with the physicality he can run with. There's a lot of guys who are fast and athletic and can run. This guy can be fast and athletic, and then he can run you over. There's not a lot of quarterbacks out there like that. He's not afraid to take on a linebacker, and he wins a lot of those battles.
Yeah.
So that's, I think that, he can run the RPO. And he gets the ball out most of the time quickly. There would be a little bit of mixed feelings about it, but I would love to see him with the kind of talent they can put around him at Tennessee. If he had that kind of legitimate talent around him, I think he could be pretty spectacular. I'm not saying you bring him in, you win national championship. That's not what I'm saying. But I sure think he takes a team that, let's say the target next year is 7-8 wins for Tennessee, 8 wins for Tennessee. I think you're at least in the playoff conversation with him as your quarterback. The conversation. I'm not saying they're in, but I'm just saying he puts Tennessee in the conversation, assuming he has guys to throw to. I really do believe that.
Back to the phones we go, 865-200-5402. Eric Waddell's joined the room with Brian Hartman. Sean Sinclair has been with us. And Matt Diskin in the mix and in the hunt, TGMD. Matt, who called today's game pretty much on the blog today in terms of breaking both these teams down. Nobody could see that we would allow Illinois to define the tempo of the game to the point where it just drew out into a slog. That first half was literally unwatchable. Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony.
Hey.
It's Max from Capital City.
Hey, Max. Good to talk to you, man.
You too. Man, we kind of saw that coming. Nissan Stadium, not a great place. I blame the Titans. I think we need to knock that stadium down as soon as possible. Get the bad mojo out of there. But I did want to thank you for a great season, man. It's been so fun listening to you. First time caller this season, and met you at Calhoun's on the River. You've been incredible. You did serenade me on my birthday a couple weeks ago. I thank you. I meant to call you to sing to you as well. You're the man. But not to hype on, just to keep harping on Heupel, but man, like, when are we going to get this guy like a, quantitative or a Mike Quant? Somebody just follow him around, tell him when to call the timeouts. It seems like there's a few creative things we could have done to at least get the ball back, to give us a chance.
So weird, man.
After that, yeah.
It was the end of that first half, so weird how you wouldn't take those timeouts. So weird. Especially when it all sets up for that middle eight. There's a reason you defer the kickoff. You want to set up that deal where, especially with our, and you could say, well, you're going to miss the kick anyway. And here's my thing about that. If that's how you feel, then why do you have that kid kicking? Go get another kicker. I would have a walk-on kicking if that's the way I thought about my kicker.
There's some incredible memes about Max on
poor guy. That's sad.
Twitter right now.
I know. That's so brutal.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I agree. While Josh is drawing up plays with the crayons he got from Shoney's, let some sort of Mike Quant just tell him when they call timeouts. Not that big of a deal. Some of the previous callers made a really good point. The onside kick would have almost forced them to score and us get the ball back with time to score or time to at least compete. Dodson, if he looks like he's almost out of steam. When
it
he
was
running.
so weird, man. That was another one. It was like I'm looking at him and I'm going, surely that's not the receiver from Memphis, because he literally looks winded at midfield.
He may have been out with Jelly Roll. Everybody else
he looked exhausted, man. Right? He looked like a defensive line, like an offensive lineman when they get the ball rumbling, stumbling, fumbling.
Yeah. I mean, the positive that I'll spin on this whole thing is, we all talked about, like, the coaches don't care, the players don't care, the fans obviously care. We said we didn't.
Yeah.
We lost, and yeah, it's just tough to watch.
Were you in there tonight?
No, I had to pick up the fam from the airport at 6:00.
Ugh.
So luckily, I had a great excuse not to go. But it's cold. It was 75 degrees 3 days ago. Now
I know, it's nuts. What from your eye, having been in that stadium a ton, what do you think the crowd was in that place?
I saw some pictures. I mean, it didn't look. I mean, it's not crowded during Titans games. So it looked pretty normal.
35-ish, 40-ish.
Yeah. Between there. I mean, just that awful cold where it's not cold enough to snow, but it's kind of misting, and tough game. Tough game to get people motivated.
Down there on that river, buddy.
Really
that wind blows a little bit. They can get cold in that place in a hurry.
I think they drank too much Cumberland Punch before that game.
There you go, brother.
So, question: Jim Knowles, is he going to bring anyone with him? It would have been nice to see him on the field tonight. I guess that I don't know if that's allowed, but is he bringing any staff or any players? Do we think?
There's a couple players that he's interested in bringing in. There's one guy in particular I wrote about in the blog today, who's a defensive lineman who Ohio State's all over. They're the secondary coach there, the safeties coach Poindexter, who has produced an NFL player every year for 4 drafts, and it's going to bet to be 5 drafts here in 2026, is a guy that's thought to be favored to be joining him here. So, yeah, I do think that he's going to try and get some guys from Penn State here, and one other assistant coach as well. But it would not surprise me if they try to get a couple players off Penn State's team.
Yeah. I mean, that's – I think it's – I mean, not to be the person just spinning things in a positive manner, but I think we need that right now.
Yeah.
That's what we needed. It was a splash hire. I think somebody mentioned that earlier. If it brings a few players, maybe a staff member, that's great. It's a good sign of things to come. Maybe the transfer portal opens and we start spending some money in the right places. Because it'd be really interesting to see an analysis of how we're spending the money. What percentage is going to high school players that may never play here,
that
we're just paying,
yes,
and how much is going to players on the field. Is there a better way to moneyball it? Is there a better way to? I hate it so much being a national, but like what Vanderbilt's doing, these older players. I called in before and said, hey, just give me a bunch of Joey Aguilars on defense. I think it's a weird system. I think there's a lot of things to work out. I'd be curious if they could ever. They form this giant, conference.
Yeah.
If it could turn into like a draft system.
They almost have to do that. They have to collective bargain with these kids. There has to be an entry draft. You cannot have free agency every year. They've got to cut this stuff out. And if it's a 40-team league, then it's a 40-team league. If it's a 50-team league, then it's a 50-team league. But what is going on right now in that sport makes zero sense. And the fans, I just hope they don't. I love it. It's how I make my living. I hope they don't burn fans out. I think they're going to burn people out with this, though, especially if they continue the bowl system. But I say that, but there were 2 classic bowl games tonight. I mean, Tennessee's game was a great game, went right to the end. And USC and TCU just had one of the wackiest, craziest endings, which was won by TCU in overtime. And you can see these kids crying on the field. So it still matters to somebody out there. The kids are out there celebrating. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, as much as we didn't care about it, I watched every second of the game.
Sure.
On my phone or
Sure.
So yeah, this is what we're on the phone with you right now.
You always care. Yeah, when the ball's kicked off, man, you always care, and competitors around on the field care as well. It's just a matter of who cares more, who's the game bigger to, and a lot of times that's a decent way to kind of bet those games, but I'm not very good at that either, so there you have it.
You might be. We don't know. We need to see that score sheet.
No, trust me.
No, it's like last year. We went to the Ohio State game, and it was fun until it wasn't.
Yeah.
And we came back, and the question was basically like, other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
Exactly.
You know, it was a tough, This is a tough one, but we're right back in it. Lastly, Joey Aguilar, I mean, I assume he's probably not going to be back, but you got to just praise the guy, high and mighty. Like, to have someone come in after that debacle with Nico.
Yep.
And he doesn't get the spring practice. And he comes in and he should have broken Peyton Manning's record. He threw for 120 yards, but, you know, it's just unbelievable that we had that happen. So massive thanks to Joey. And what a great family compared to Joe Pesci down at Vanderbilt and his family. You know?
Oh, my gosh. I that is the absolute truth. Or the High Chief. Matt, did you watch any of this TC-USC game? Because the game was crazy at the end.
Yeah. USC and Lincoln Riley snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And I believe that Ken Seals for TCU began his college career at Vandy like 5 or 6 years ago.
That's exactly right. The back, yeah. That's a hell of a story, isn't it?
TCU invented ways to lose games this year. And they come out and win a bowl game that they probably shouldn't have. They were down 10 with like 5 minutes left, right?
Yes, they were. They were 2 scores down, never quit playing.
Again, Lincoln Riley's another one of those guys that calls his own plays.
Lincoln Riley is the spitting definition of a popcorn fart. He was real good at Oklahoma when somebody handed him the keys of a Ferrari going 190 miles an hour down the road. He hadn't done jack shit at USC. No offense to him. I mean, he is a guy that looks good on a bubblegum card, Matt. He might be one of the most overrated people in college football.
Yeah. He might surpass Kiffin as being the perfect Dallas Cowboys head coach.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And hey, shout out to Marcus Freeman. He had the sense to stay away from a couple of those loser NFL franchises that were chasing him around. As he released a statement today. You talk about some damn loser franchises that are out there. Good night. That New York Giant thing, what a waste of space. Waste of time. Are you fired up, folks?
It's amazing they can be that bad, Tony.
Oh, no question.
You're talking a franchise with every advantage possible.
Every edge.
And they still are awful.
I mean, we get why the Jets are bad. The Jets made a deal with the devil back in the day, and they're still paying the price for that. But the Jets and Giants to be that bad together, I'm not sure if you put those two teams together if they can make the playoffs. Hello and welcome into the next call. You're on Garza Law, 5th Quarter Fan Reaction, presented by Marcos Garza and the great Garza Law Firm. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Tony. It's David Ackworth.
Hey, Ackworth. Welcome in, buddy.
Hey, guys. Hey, look, let's get real. You know, what got us in the playoffs last year wasn't the quarterback. I would say we upgraded at quarterback this year. Did that get us in the playoffs? No. What knocked us out of the playoffs this year was a absolutely horrible defense. So in the portal, go buy your seniors, graduates, men, players, because all this stuff about lifting weights and weight training and look at we're getting pushed around and all this stuff. We were the youngest team in the conference. Vandy was the oldest team in the conference. That game was men versus boys. Forget the uniforms, forget the names on the helmets and the jerseys, and look at it from that perspective. this is not, our Vandy from the 80s and 90s and the 70s or whatever. It's don't look at it that way. Look at the men in the uniforms, and those guys were men. And let's face it, our guys were kind of boys. Today, it looked like a high school defense on that field. As small as those poor kids, they just looked like high school kids trying to. They were doing their best. They were trying to blitz a lot, and I wanted that. I wanted to see them blitz a lot, but it was just like little kids trying to fight against those big linemen from Illinois, and it was almost comical at times.
Yep. You're exactly. You're right. And there's a thing that's going on in college football right now where the men matter. The teams that have the men are the ones that are winning football games. I know what I'm saying.
Yep.
When I saw what Vanderbilt did to us, I had an epiphany that day. And here's the epiphany. They got a bunch of G5 football players on their team, but they're all 21 and 22 years old. And guess what, Dave? They shoved us around.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And so that needs to be the focus. We talked about that tonight. Yes, I would love to have the running back from Baylor. I would love to have the wide receiver from Auburn.
Yeah.
But as you said, those are the shiny toys you have when you're Ohio State and you're just stacking the deck more than you already have. We're not in that luxury. We need to build a defense that will allow us to get to where we were last year. And if we had a defense like that this year, we could have won possibly 2 more games and put ourselves in position to be in the playoffs. So that's where the difference is. We upgraded at quarterback from last year, and our record was worse. So that's obviously not where the focus needs to be. Now, I'll say this: we're stuck in a bad situation quarterback-wise because now what do? This I think it's crazy, like you said, to overspend for a top-end quarterback. That's not what we need. And I don't, now, do we take the chance? I know you said it's crazy to go in there with a redshirt freshman that's too small, too skinny, and a true freshman that, heck, he may not even be healthy. I guess he's healthy now because I think he played I think they won a state championship, so he played.
Yeah.
But what do you do? But at the same time, Heupel really needs to have a quarterback more than 1 year. And he's had that once in his whole career here, and who was it? Hendon Hooker. He's the only quarterback
that's
2 years.
Crazy. Is that right?
And well, I mean, I'm not counting Milton.
We had 2 years of Milton. That's right.
No, we had 3 games of Milton
you
and
had
then
a
a year
different
of Milton.
starter each.
No, that's exactly right. He's right.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, we had 3 games with him.
Finish.
He got hurt, and then he was gone for the rest of the year.
That's right.
Yeah. So I think he truly needs a quarterback that can stay multiple years to really see that offense grow. Which is why, man, I would love to see Aguilar come back next year. But I know we can't. That's pipe dream. We can't plan for that or whatever. So I'm telling you, Tony, if it's me, I'm dumping every penny I've got into that defense. I might go try to find me a few road graders in the interior on the offensive line because I just don't think we win block as well as we normally do this year. And I think we're missing that because we run so much between the tackles. Maybe we could go find some of those guys, a couple of those guys, those men that we talked about to give that line some depth. But I'm dumping everything on and then maybe I'm just going and riding and dying with our young quarterbacks. You may think I'm crazy. We did it in 2004 with two true freshmen. I'm not so sure we don't try to do it again, Tony, because I think spending crazy money on a quarterback right now where this team is not prepared to win even with a really, really good quarterback, I think is a huge mistake.
I think the difference is, though, that you had a lot more football team around those 2 young quarterbacks than these guys have.
Yes, you did. Yeah, yes, you did. Gosh, we made it to the SEC championship.
That's exactly right. You had a lot of team. You had a lot of team coming back. The game's just so different now. But one thing
But Tony, like you,
you're going to have some big spenders, man. Some big spenders are on your schedule, and they're coming to town. And I don't know how patient our fans are going to be. You know that.
Yeah, I know that. I know that very well. We've heard it tonight.
Yes.
I mean, fire Heupel. Get rid of Heupel. Blah 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 blah. Whatever. Let's get rid of Heupel and see where we're gonna go get. But Tony, but you're talking about building a team around it. Well, guess what you can do? You can build a team around them in the portal.
Yep.
And you've got a good offensive team around him already.
Yep.
You need a defensive team to play complementary football, which you can build. You don't have that today, but you can build it, because I'll tell you right now, if we don't spend the money on the portal, we may have some really crazy portal news coming out soon, because our defensive coordinator may enter the portal after what he saw tonight.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. Yes.
What do you think he was looking? What do you think he was thinking, Tony, watching that game tonight?
He probably turned it off at halftime. He's a smart guy.
I'm just sitting here thinking about that, going, what in the world? If he's popped in the watched tonight's game and then watched the Vandy game and watched the two teams play 2 games against us, and they punted a total of 2 times.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's got to be going, what in the world have I gotten myself into?
Mm-hmm.
So we got to give him all the tools he needs, and I say you can't go buying shiny objects this year.
Thank you, my buddy. You're my man, dude.
All right, buddy.
Thank
you.
you.
Have a great one. See you.
Yeah, you too, man. I gotta get.
Can I add one more small thing about the Sorsby that we were talking about?
Yeah, hit it.
Just I agree with what you're saying. I don't think he should be our number 1 target at all. I'm just saying that he's someone who will help somebody, not necessarily needs to be us. I think we're better off if we, get a guy that's, an adequate guy and spend the money elsewhere. Guys that have 2 years eligibility left. I love Sorsby. I just don't think he's the right fit for what Tennessee needs. I mean, I wouldn't be disappointed if they got him somehow. But again, he would not be my target at that price. So I'm in agreement with you on that. But I'm just saying I like the kid, and I think he'll help somebody. I'll let that go there.
Back to the phones we go. Let's get a few more in, and then we'll get out of here on a night where the Vols lose to Illinois, which is now morning, and I'm back up doing the show again tomorrow, which sounds crazy. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
It's Eric in Hendersonville.
Hey, Eric.
Hey, great show. Been on hold about 90 minutes.
I'm sorry, buddy.
A lot of callers.
Sorry
maybe
about that.
Might have taken some of my points.
Yeah, Eric. Always good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, here's the thing. People talking during the game, people talking after the game, and they're like, oh, Heupel sucks. Oh, losing. How can we lose a game like this? I'm not going to get upset, even though it was kind of disappointing that we, again, shot ourselves in the foot with some of these things. When you've got a lousy defense that has 4 starters out, if you want to include Moy as somebody who was injured and didn't suit up, and we held them to 23 points. Of course, they ate up the entire clock. They had 7 drives of 8 or more plays. Okay, and when you only get 7 possessions and you have a fumble on one of them, and you're missing kicks and stuff like that, it's just hard to make that up. So here's the thing about these exhibition games. It all comes down to who is your backup. Who are the guys that all of a sudden get featured? So on defense, Hood's out, and we have William Wright and then a bunch of anonymous freshmen that we've never seen play.
Yep.
On defensive line, Christian Gass, who was a converted linebacker, starts getting snaps. And then on at receiver, as you mentioned, we are rotating our 2 best freshman wide receivers. So and they had no impact on the game. So the bottom line is, in this situation, we're relying on these freshmen that's who we're throwing the NIL dollars behind. Okay. And they didn't help us. So what we end up seeing here with some of these guys that we end up, signing, and maybe they're blue chip players or whatever, is that in 1 to 2 years, if they don't start to play, they leave. So whatever money we paid for them, we get no return on it. I'd rather have a shorter bench, but at least have people that we have confidence playing, and at least there wouldn't be quite as drastic a drop off. I think after the Vanderbilt game, someone mentioned that Vanderbilt had 25 fifth-year seniors on the team. And you can't compete with that. Do all 25 of them start? No. But do all 25 of them play and letter and contribute? Yes. And that's what we are not choosing to do. Indiana is recruiting players for a system, and they're recruiting hand-picked players that Cignetti can coach. And he's going to coach the hell out of them. Going to coach these guys hard. They want to get better. They buy in. And as a result, the guys lost 1 game in 2 years. There's something to be said for that. And there's another way to look at this. Look at what Dabo Sweeney is waking up to today.
Yep.
The cult has people started to get out, and he no longer has any kind of mojo because he's unable to out recruit us in East Tennessee, Western North Carolina. And he lost to a Penn State team with no coach.
Yes.
Easily. He lost in embarrassing fashion, and he woke up and had to fire his offensive coordinator as a result of that. Make changes, which he is definitely averse to doing. So, you have to be able to embrace the portal, but you have to embrace it in a way, like you said with Nick Saban multiple times. It's, you better hope that you're buying the right guys. And if we split all of our money on a quarterback, you better fit the system. And if he does not, we'll never live that down. We don't have an unlimited amount of money to, Nico was he was overpriced, and we didn't get our money's worth. Joey, on the other hand, for the most part, I think we did get our money's worth out of him. And the problem was our defense was so bad, he had no margin for error, and he probably felt he had to match these guys stroke for stroke throughout the year, and we're just not good enough to do that. So I think it's going to come down to being smart with who we bring in, and the defensive depth, defensive talent. We're probably looking at adding, I'm going to guess, 4 to 5 defensive starters minimum. And anyway, I just think that the fans' expectations of these games, that's kind of pissing me off, because I wasn't going to be upset losing. I mean, the game was relatively competitive, but it's just, had we won the game, I wouldn't have thought, oh, we're definitely a playoff contender next year. We're not. We have a crossroads next year. If Nico leaving him in the lurch, he could have very easily used that goodwill that he had of people thinking that, look at him taking a stand. He could have gone with the redshirt freshman and the true freshman, and we would have probably gone 6-6 and been at some, even less of a bowl game. But he chose to get Joey off the scrap heap, right? If he didn't do that this year, he's definitely not going to do it next year, because now getting a guy like Knowles, you don't spend $3 million on a defensive coordinator to go to 6-6.
No, they're going to try and get somebody, and I appreciate you, Eric. The question is who they going to get and how well is it going to work out. And one of the confounding things about Josh Heupel to this point in his time in Knoxville has been the inability to find a quarterback that really fits his system. He did it at Central Florida a ton. And I don't know, Matt and E and Brian, if that's a thing that league was just easier. But he had a lot of success at Missouri as well in that regard. But just here it's been just sort of uneven. Uneven at best, if we're being honest about it. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean it's just such a weird spot because it's kind of like a 1-year rental.
Yeah.
To get either McIntyre or more than likely Faison Brandon ready. But you've already spent a bunch of money in your quarterback room already, so it's almost like you really kind of need another Gaston Moore or.
Yep.
I mean, I guess Taven Jackson's in the portal. I mean, I don't know if he can help you, but like you actually need a third body to be a quarterback. And you'd like to be a guy that can challenge to be the starter, at least, be the starter to begin the year. You got to find that value somewhere. So I've always wondered, we kind of talked about this off air on the Daily Show today, Tone, about, Heupel's, been a coach for long enough where he's had a couple of assistants and even some analysts that are now OCs at smaller places. Mm-hmm. I wonder if there's any way for some schools to kind of have those feeder teams where you send the very raw kind of 2-star, 3-star quarterback to Kennesaw State, for example, or Old Dominion. And if they develop in 2 years, you bring them in. Like I wonder, because the problem that we see, and we've talked about this, these games are so played in the margins now because of the parity. There's just everything is so magnified now. You've got to find your edges somewhere, and I just don't know where this program's edges are at right now.
You know what's interesting about that? Because somebody mentioned the other day on the YouTube they would like to see the JVs come back. I think they need JVs at this level right now to develop other guys, Matt, like you're talking about. Because I would hate being a freshman playing in that sport right now, or even a sophomore. Because unless you're great or you're on a really bad team, you got very little chance of seeing the field. Less now than you ever have before with this portal thing. Because they are going to recruit over you, and recruit over you. And that was always the case. But now that you've got this fast track deal, which is something I want to talk with Watson about tomorrow, it's got to be so hard. And plus, just to get noticed at a high school now. But Matt, you bring up a great point. I would love for them to have a junior varsity kind of thing, which existed when I was in school. It was right at the end of that run. We used to go and kind of look at the games, and they played in front of like 50 people. But the deal is, if you did that now, Matt, or even if you did the thing you're talking about with the Kennesaw, or you had like a couple of programs, everybody would be scouting those kids. And there's no guarantee you'd get them back anyway, if you see what I mean. Like,
no, there's not.
But you have a good point.
I'm pretty sure Chaz Lanier played at North Florida for a guy that got his coaching start under Barnes. So like you have, and Barnes has a huge network of former coaches and people, and he's well respected, unlike Heupel. But we've got to find edges somewhere because we're in the margins, and we're kind of that 10 to 25 range program right now, where you can be. I mean, we were pretty close to being 10-2 this year if 4 or 5 plays go your way, but you're also a few plays away from being 7-5. Or Clemson, Penn State, LSU were all top 5 teams and had much worse seasons than we did. So I mean, the margins are you just got to find them.
And to your point, Penn State has an overtime game that doesn't go their way, and it kicks. They look like they were on the verge. They took a lead over that Oregon team on a Saturday night. They had the whiteout up there. Everybody's going, we were in here watching it, finishing up one of our shows. And I mean, that thing turned on a dime on them, and that was it. So Matt's exactly right. I just keep coming back to this with Heupel. He's got to figure out with his coaching staff a way to get back to they are able to do the little things and quit hurting themselves. Because right now they're just a team that doesn't they hurt themselves too much for my blood, and he doesn't have that margin of error against the halves offensively that he once did, where you can go out there and take all those penalties. It just doesn't exist now. Ian, Matt,
interesting. This is by far the least penalized team of the Heupel era.
That's
it's
right.
Just when the penalties came, they were at the most critical points of key games.
Loser ball. They played loser ball this year. in some of those games. Yeah, that's what that was tonight. I mean, you commit that penalty right there. That's what bad football teams do. That's what Mississippi State did with Texas a couple times, and then they punted them a ball. But you take a couple stupid penalties, and loser ball is you got a guy making
jumping off sides on 3rd and 6.
Yeah, or
which I put in the blog. That's Altmaier's really good at that. I was surprised it didn't happen more, but he waited to the biggest point in the game and got. I mean, our entire line jumped off sides on that play.
Altmaier's a nice player. Watching him tonight, he's a nice player.
He'll hang around in the NFL for like 6 or 8 years.
I think that's right. I think that's right. Any final thoughts, guys? Go ahead.
You brought up something about the junior varsity stuff.
Yeah.
That's also in this era where guys are jumping around and, I don't play, I don't go. So that's a way you could maybe keep guys engaged.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, who never plays on varsity, never gets on the field, he's got to be thinking, well, I got to go somewhere else to play. That gives them an opportunity, to play, but just to be engaged and feel like you're participating in the program. I know that sounds silly, but I think it's true.
Look, these teams are got to start looking at themselves like the way soccer academies do. But you have to admit what you're doing if you're going to do that. You have to grow your guys, man. Yeah. And I don't know how much you grow them in practice when you don't hit. Can you grow them in a practice when you're not hitting, Eric? I mean,
I've never thought so, especially especially the line positions. How do you grow if you don't actually block somebody?
Well, like Sean said earlier, how do you grow?
Or fight off a block?
How do you grow if I can't tackle you to the ground at some point? How do I become a better tackler if I don't? Look, I play music. One of the first things any musician does when they pick an instrument up, any instrument, is play scales on it. To me, it's the equivalent of attempting to play an instrument without playing scales. And that stuff got to become second nature to you. Getting somebody on the ground, using your leverage, using your field leverage, using where you are in that space, knowing and understanding how to manipulate angles and manipulate space, or on this play, I need to turn you here, or I need to turn you there, or I need to use the boundary, whatever it is. You watch us play, and it's like, oh, well, none of that stuff goes on. And, but we played some loser ball this year.
They were really good at a lot of that last year.
I know,
That's
Matt.
what's crazy.
I know.
And, obviously, you lost the secondary injuries. That was a big part of this. Yeah. But that shouldn't make you completely unfundamentally sound and look like you've been just not coached at all. It's a really weird whatever happened with the defense is really strange because they were horrible all year in just fundamentals, situationally, and just football IQ wise. They just never did anything well except make some get some turnovers at times, which is a lot of luck more than anything. But I mean, they were just so bad at everything. And they didn't, the run fits, the angles, the just piss poor tackling, everything. They were just the zone defenses that was just laughable. I mean, they were not coached at all.
Really strange. I'll put my hands in the air. Boy, I'm glad that season's over. That was a tough season to kind of get through. All right, on the way out here, final thoughts. Brian Hartman. Welcome back, Cotter. Matt, have you liked Brian's gimmick tonight? The in and outness of Brian, have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, he kind of peeked in at one point for a random comment, which
he woke up.
You would think he would be fired up because even though Tennessee lost, they played a bowl game after Christmas, which is kind of his. That's whether he judges a good season or not.
And somebody liked his onside kick idea after 7 post-game shows.
Christ, Brian wants to do a damn onside kick every time. I mean, Jesus.
Brian thinks he's like Jack Patera with the old Seattle Seahawks. Give me a final thought, Eric Waddell, and I love you, E. It's been great having you all year.
That really is my biggest thought. It's just what a pleasure it is to work with you guys and be a part of this whole thing. It really is like therapy for the soul, for the Tennessee football soul. I'm sort of mixed feeling just about the season. I'll be quick about this, so you can move on down the scale. But at the beginning of the season, if they said we were going to win 8 games, looking at what I thought we had coming back, I would have been happy. But now I have to admit, now that it's ended and the way it played out, I'm pretty darn disappointed. So it's interesting how perspective of a season can bring you a wildly different look at the same number, you know?
Yep.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Love you, brother. You're the man.
Love you too. Thank you, sir.
Much love to you. Matt Dixon. And by the way, Matt, thank you for all your tremendous effort in 2025. I wish you the best in 2026 as well, but go ahead, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, the way the season ended was kind of just a microcosm of the struggles that this team just had all year, and just not being able to get over the hump and against good teams. Joey Aguilar kind of saved your season and gave you some real highs. It's a damn shame you kind of wasted what was his best game and probably this team's best game in a loss to Georgia, in a game you really outplayed them and should have won. But you still won 8 games, and I know the loser talk, whatever. I mean, I've had put a couple back, so we can be a little bit loose here, but you still won 8 games, and you were kind of competitive. But you're kind of at a crossroads, and there's just a lot of uncertainty, and the Knowles hire, I think, is a good step in the right direction, but Heupel's got to tighten a lot of things up, and I just don't want to. There's a lot of things that you can do with him. Heupel as that offensive mind, and that's a great building block to be a program that's in the playoffs consistently and winning games in playoffs. And I just would hate to waste that by not being buttoned up and some things that you can take care of in house, because I think the guy's a great mind and can really dial up some offensive stuff that's really successful. So hopefully we can get some of this stuff straightened up and go. And next season will feel like forever, but it'll be here before we know it, and we'll all be bought in again. And I've already looked at it. I mean, we'll be 3-0 when Texas and Arch Manning come to Neyland there in September next year, and that'll be incredible.
Let's damn go, man.
That can be a jumping off point for the program. Kind of your signature, get that signature win and jumpstart the march to another playoff appearance. Because I mean, our last year, the last post game was we ended at 5 a.m. We talked about a guy in a gorilla suit and his torn ACL. Yep. John was telling me I needed to make a homemade bomb to get out of my hotel room in Columbus, Ohio. So it's always fun to do this. It's kind of a therapy, and it's just always a lot of fun. And I don't know where it would be without this show, Tone. So,
hey, love you, man.
Thanks to you and Laura, Brian, everybody that contributes.
Yep.
So it's a whole lot of fun. So I enjoy doing it. And
love you, bro.
Hopefully talk to y'all next year.
Yeah, we appreciate your effort, man. No question. Brian Hartman, any final thoughts? It's a great bit. Let me tell you a couple things about this Brian guy that I don't like. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, Matt, should we, what would be the radio equivalent of going over there and putting silly string or short sheet in his bed, or should we do like a Brian Hartman tell me a story right now, Matt, till he wakes up? Or scream at him, Brian!
Just start yelling onside. I mean, gee, he wants to do an onside kick all the time.
I wonder if he does that thing too. I wonder if his device is on and near him, and he's manifesting it in his dreams. And
that would be awesome.
Yeah, he's dreaming right now that Heupel just called an onside kick. I wonder if Brian dreams about the onside kick. At any rate, one final thought here on the way out. That's I really thank you for your support in 2025. We'll be on with you tomorrow. I'm going to go get some beauty sleep. I guess that's what you call it. And I appreciate so much the level of passion Like, we don't all agree on everything, and some people think I'm a clown, and you're right. But I care and I love my community, so that's something, right? I tell you what kind of geeked me out tonight. It's pretty damn cold. Those of you that aren't in our area, it is cold here, and it was 70. As a couple of our callers from Nashville said, it was like 70 or so, like 2 days ago, and now it's in the 30s. And pretty frigid day. We had a great showing of fans that showed up for a team that got ripped apart by Vanderbilt last time they took the field. It's a pretty special place. And then I flip over the basketball game at halftime, because if you think I'm going to watch a basketball game while the football game's going on, you're against that team they were playing, you're temporary insane. And there was probably 6,000 or 7,000 people at the basketball arena. It looked like a Buzz Peterson crowd in there. Buzzball. So I say all that to say, and then Laura was just sending me a screenshot of our numbers that we have on here tonight, and we got a hell of a fan base. And it's just a real pleasure serving you, and it's a real honor to get to do this. And I just, I grew up in a family that valued the togetherness that sport brought us. And I hope you get that in what we do here, because I try to value what we're doing. And I hope you get that. So I really appreciate you being with us, and appreciate no matter where you're listening, whether it's you're watching us on YouTube, like several hundred folks have tonight, or whether you're over on Twitch or you're listening on the app like several thousand people do, or a couple 2,500 people or so have watched us over here on Twitter or on X Spaces, as there's like 1,500 or so people that'll consume the show that way. It all adds up to, and then those of you listening to me on Memorex tomorrow, as it were, which is what a lot of people will do. 75 to 100,000 people hear this thing. It's crazy. And it's growing. But we appreciate you being with us. We're going to be with you during basketball season. Post-game show after every game, after every basketball game. And that's going to be fun. Taking you up to March. But on our daily show on our blog, we'll be tracking this stuff on the portal as best we can. Trying to stay out and stay with it, and what our contacts tell us what's going to happen, or trying to guesstimate how the pieces are all going to fit together. It's going to be a lot of fun to see this thing come to fruition, and this fan base deserves a football team that matters, that's competing for championships. So, because it's a championship fan base. We appreciate you. Thank you. Love you. Have a great day. Have a wonderful New Year's celebration, and if you go out and celebrate, please be careful. We want you all around, and keep everybody safe. Thank you to Matt. Thank you to Brian Hartman. Thank you to Sean Sinclair. Thank you to Will Heflin, who will have some stuff that we'll announce about Willie after the first of the year as well. But thanks to everybody involved. Hope you have a great night. G to the B to the O. I'll talk to you in, 10 hours. But I want to thank all the wonderful sponsors who you've heard on here. Those are the people that make it possible for us to do what we're doing and keep the show from not going behind a paywall, which people have encouraged me to do. They say, oh, you can make so much money. And I say, look, not everything in life that counts can be counted. And that is kind of how we roll around here. So, appreciate you. Peace. Have a great day. When you get the opportunity, please support our sponsors. They make it possible. Be blessed. Have a great day. Love. GBO, take DeVoe, take Bino, tomorrow Cinco, and what else tomorrow? Cinco and Coach O, the great coach, should be with us, Watson Brown. So that'll be fun. And let's go ahead and run tonight's show back. Oh, man, I'm tired. Shouldn't yawn like that. It's rude. Did the show out today, and then did a 4-hour post-game show. Came home between that, got a pretty vigorous workout in, and then got a good nap in. So, my Garza Law extra innings compadre. How you doing, compadre?
Man, it is really... Is this thing on?
Yeah.
It is really good to be in this.
Isn't it nice to be back among family, brah?
And it's warm in here.
Ah, nice and warm.
Baseball season.
Yeah, babe.
You got to get the fan going, but right now it's perfect.
Yeah, we toasty in here. Will, do you agree with them laying down here and attempting what is, in effect, an extra point? I'd be trying to score if I'm them, because the Vols are going to get the ball back anyway. Let's see, that's third down, so they're going to run one more play. The Vols will get it back with what?